a major family-owned asphalt paving and road construction company. Since 1945, they have been a leader in infrastructure development across the Midwest, and Holmes Murphy, an independent insurance brokerage and risk management firm specializing in the construction industry. So if we could have a round of applause for our sponsors. The tournament is a 5-game qualifying block. We'll be skipping one pair after each game to the right. The top 32 boys are returning for tomorrow, and the top 12 girls. Automatic qualifiers for each squad is 4 boys and 1 girl. The squad leaders also receive a $100 scholarship bonus. We are live streaming this event, Bullstream TV. You can find it on YouTube. Go ahead and Google it. Make sure you text your family and friends so they can go ahead and watch it also. Participants are not allowed to use electronic devices of any kind, and also no urethane bowling balls are allowed in this tournament. All right, participants, we'll go ahead and get you going for your practice. Good luck to all bowlers. Good bowling. Check your check mark screens at the bottom of your screens there. We'll get your lanes on, guys. Good luck, bowlers.
once they start bowling, he's got time to.
Yeah. I just wanted to see if he's interested, but I didn't know he was up next.
This is where he started last year.
Tyler. In the bar, there's like some tables just beyond this. So I'll have your stuff there. I have your Kingpin, and I'm gonna bring your Pepsi there too. Right? There's some there.
Talking yet?
No.
I had to sign up for a free trial just so I could watch your business. First one out of the gate. Let's go.
They only use 5 of 12. think that's a little jumpy.
I don't know. You haven't thrown in the same place twice yet. You missed out, and then you've thrown 2 really nice ones on 10 that were good.
I
And
got fast out of it.
you could actually go to 29 and stay on 15. Give yourself just a little bit more angle this way, so you're not so handcuffed.
Participants,
Relax a little bit. Focus on just getting it to 15.
good luck on your fight new ball.
I think that ball's fine. I wouldn't want to go to anything weaker from there. You won't make the corner, and it probably won't carry. As soon as this shot starts to move down lane, you're not going to see that backhand flip. It's just because of the cliff and there's no oil pushed down yet. But we're going to see that. It's just not going to happen yet. So I think you got the right ball now. So you're more comfortable getting to 29, do that. But you got to stay at 15, 16. This way. 10 down lane.
You're good?
I'll just say
No problem.
Okay.
No, seriously. It's a walleye bite too. Get it. And it's out of wall. Or go order.
That's your water. That's your water.
Like my favorite fictional boxing character, actually my second favorite fictional boxing character, Rocky Balboa, always says said in Rocky 5, one more round. One more round, and that's what we got tonight. One more round of qualifying. These players who earn a spot, top 32, or I should say 32 boys and 12 girls, with some opportunities to earn automatic spots. 4 of those still on the line in Squad 4. 1 available in the girls division. And then we will fill spots, of course, based on highest pinfall totals. Emil Williams Jr. with Matthew McConaughey. As we get you into it, we saw a lot of different things in Squad 3. Certainly the highest scoring squad without question in Squad 3. And some of those players are quickly making the turnaround to kind of improve, hopefully, their score. Maybe even get the auto, of course, but improve their tally. They don't want to leave it to chance. And the other thing about that total is, with the format, and again, we'll continue to break it down throughout this block, but one of the keys to tomorrow's format, specifically, well, really with both, but for the boys in particular, they're going to bowl a 2-game round in the morning during the round of 32, and then they'll cut the field in half after those 2 games. Then they'll do that again. They'll bowl 2 more games, cut the field again until they get to the 8 players. Once those 8 players are determined, then the seeding comes into play. And that's where the 4 or the 5-game qualifying block really comes into play as well, right? And all of the total pins. So your qualifying block, your highest total, then the 4 games that you bowl in the morning will help determine your seeding. And so if you can produce a high qualifying score, it could go a long way to you possibly getting a higher seed, and certainly maybe even bowling in the essentially starting your finals, or I should say the modified portion, the step ladder, maybe even the semifinals as opposed to round 1. So a lot to dig into, and to help me do that, of course, is Matthew McConaughey. Matthew, man, it was pretty cool watching the strikes out the gate on the fresh. I feel like, I don't know if we're going to get the same level, but we might, especially if you're on 15 and 16 apparently.
I was just going to say, well, I appreciate you having me in. It's been a blast all day. And yeah, we had some fireworks right in front of us, this afternoon in the 130 squad, with Mr. McKinsky firing away and getting started with 270. I would like to think that those 3 bowlers down there on lane 16 are going to maybe take a swing at trying to get started too. Will Hudson starts out a little slow, but Leah Basevic, Micah Poyser, and Henry Vader all on doubles to get us started down there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the lanes transition differently with again a full field, a little different field from what we had at 130. A lot of these really good players that came in at 130, now they've got an idea, now they've seen it. But again, the variables are always, this is the 4th time this lane pattern's gone down during competition. It's evening, the building's been full more. They're just all those outside influences, all those variables that cause lanes to do different things, even though it's the same iteration of the pattern going down the lane. With the lane pattern being 40 feet, 33 mils, lots of volume. But at the same time, it's really specific as to where that volume is because there's no buff off the end of the pattern. So the end of the pattern is very, very sharp, and really what we saw at 130 was really having the ability to control the fresh and find the 1-3. Not everybody got off to the fireworks type of start, but we noticed come to the end, a kid like Brett Biondo, who ended up leading that boys squad, just kind of did work the whole block, and to get to 117-ish, whatever, wherever he finished, somewhere in that ballpark, but just continuing to shoot 220 and 230. So you don't have to come out of the gates with the 250, 260. It's really just a matter of staying patient, hitting the one in front of you, make your spares, just stay out of trouble and continue to kind of matriculate through the block, and you can end up with a big score at the end of the shift.
So we got Tyler Paulus, who ended up shooting 1094 for his 5, so he was 94 over, or 97 over, one or the other. We'll check our final scores, in fact.
94.
All right, so 94 over. In fact, the auto advances for the boys from Squad 3, Brett Biondo plus 114, Devin McKiskey plus 103, Tyler Paulus plus 94, and Josh Weems, who had to go through a couple of detours in his final game, but managed to hold on to the 4th auto spot at plus 77. And then just outside that number was Tatum Lee. Now, did we say that Tatum? We say that he earned an auto at some point.
I believe he qualified Friday night. I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We'll have to go to Facebook to confirm. That's where that is posted. Joseph Evenson definitely did on Friday night. Henry Vader just missed out, but that plus 33 total looks pretty good. Gavin Neal went 31 over. He was solid. Lucas Drisdale actually got to 21 over, and he had some early struggles in his squad 3 block.
Yeah, Tatum led the boys Friday night with a 10-19.
There we go. Seems so far long ago. It literally was just yesterday.
It seems like forever ago, and I wasn't even here last night.
And the auto spot for the girls division in squad 3 belonged to Savannah Portillo, who held off Morgan Morales. Morgan gave it a run, but Morgan's 963 total, also more than good, in my opinion, at least, for her spot in the 12-player finals. We'll see if she is going to be bowling here in this round. Folks, if you wouldn't mind to hit that thumbs up as you enter tonight. Subscribe to Bowlstream TV. Of course, it's free to watch on YouTube. Also, share. Let everybody know what you're watching and who you're watching tonight.
That's already a little different approach for Skylar. I don't remember her being quite that close to the gutter in her block earlier today.
Skylar coming off an 816 total at 130. Had another good run at the Wisconsin State High School tournament from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Rustine, Alexis Heeb, Micah Jensen, all on this pair, with Aiden Oden. Also on this group, Tyler Williams. Happy birthday again to him. Savannah Portillo, Caleb Lauderini, Caden Zier. Some pretty cool jerseys too. Got some autographs on the back of them. Tyler starting out with the what looks like the axe at whatever lower grid he has decided to use.
Savannah looks like she's using a little different approach here to start this block too. She's definitely out to the gutter again versus where she was kind of starting in that, I don't know, I call it zone 2.5. It's just inside the track and kind of trapping it where she was early. And she's definitely not in that hyper drive that she was throwing this afternoon either. She's in something different. I think it's probably a concept just from the color scheme of it, knowing that I believe she's still a Storm staffer, if I'm not mistaken. So I would guess that that's probably what that ball is.
All right, Michael to strike in the fourth. Couple of miscues in frames 2 and 3. Chase crossing over. Matching jerseys, matching autographs for Chase and Caden Lear there. Looks like a Darren Tang autograph, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, Darren did a clinic in Des Moines at Boulderama Lanes, partnered with the team down there. I want to say last year, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, that was one of the jerseys that was part of the package, and Darren was kind enough to autograph those for those two gentlemen, which is pretty cool. Anytime you can get a professional bowler signature on something, especially the caliber of Darren Tang, that's a pretty cool deal. Pretty neat for the kids.
Oh, wow. So from a strategy perspective, for the players who bowled well already, even if they didn't get an auto spot and they feel good, you think they're trying stuff to kind of just see some different things, allow their eyes to possibly see something different in preparation for what they could see tomorrow? Or you feel like some of them really want to improve their total based on, again, on how the format works. And obviously, if you can catch both right at the same time, you try something different, it leads to a higher score, and then you're good either way. But I'm curious because, so I think we're seeing Tyler try something different too. He looks to be more in a concept-ish to start. But definitely some changes to what some of the players are doing on the fresh.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal to take a look. And it kind of depends on where you're at currently, right? Like, I mean, the second block, the third block overall, the 1:30 this afternoon, the scores were considerably higher than they had been through 1 and 2. So I think those players are probably looking to learn as opposed to looking to improve. Now you take some of the guys that might be guys or gals that maybe they're in 20 through 32, or for the girls they're in 6 through 12. Maybe they're looking for more improvement as opposed to looking for knowledge, because at the end of the day, when we're done tonight, you've got to be within those 2 numbers to even worry about tomorrow. So like I say, I think the top 10-ish probably for the boys and the top 5 or 6 for the girls, they can go on kind of a fact-finding mission. They can go and try to find something. The others, I think they really have to dig in, and especially the ones that bowled first thing this morning and yesterday. The field is very different now. The transitions are very different than what they saw. Not only from the lane machine going down again, but just who's playing where and when, and more bowlers. So you got to go and try to find a little more if you're one of the boys and your number was 900, 910. I think you really got to go try to figure out a way to get to even. Like how can I achieve even? What do I need to do to get there? So I think that's a very important piece for the ones that are, I'll call those the chasers. But yeah, I think your leaders are probably on a fact-finding mission. They're looking for other things. Savannah's a good example of that. Joss is a good example of that. Brett Biondo, those guys are already. They're soft, right? Tyler Paulus, another good example. This is not what he did to start this afternoon. So let's see what other options we got.
Just think about the level, or really the bowling IQ that these young players have, right? 'Cause to think about new game plans, to go on the fact-finding mission, knowing that, they may see some that they haven't seen all weekend tomorrow. Mm-hmm. In particular, it's going to be fast tomorrow as well, right? And you only get 2 games if you're the boys. You only get 3 games if you're the girls.
Yep.
And so you got to come out firing tomorrow. I don't think there's any question about that. Mm-hmm. And so it certainly makes sense if, hey, Devin McKissy comes out tomorrow and shoots 270 again. I mean, he's halfway home already to move on to the next round, and that's basically how you got to look at it.
The other piece of that is it's a testament to how smart these kids are, because that second block today, third block overall, I mean, there was only about a 40-minute-ish flip between the end of that block and when they started. So to grab a little food, grab a drink, maybe debrief with mom, dad, coach, whomever's here, and develop a new game plan within 20 minutes, 30 minutes, like that's pretty impressive to the intestinal fortitude that some of these kids are going to exhibit here early tonight.
if you've seen Rushdeen for the first time, he made a nice little home between yesterday and this morning with respect to kind of playing closer to the gutter, allowing his bowling ball to be able to see friction near the gutter and use it properly.
That's the third bowling ball through 5 frames. Point in case. I'm in soft. I'm good. What options do I got? What can I go find? What can I get on the fresh? Because we know the fresh. You're going to get the fresh a couple times tomorrow. Like, just because you were good in 4 and 5, you've got to get them early. That's where you got to get your score. You might not have to worry about game 4 or 5 unless you're the number 1 or number 2 seed and you're bowling a match that has some traffic on it at that point. But you're not going to get this kind of transition again. So how do you get them early?
Noticing some differences in Sebi Vetter's game and in his actual physical game, right? I mean, when he gets to the foul line now at release, I mean, that thing is so smooth. Starting to see it just a little bit more shape, right? His ball speed, it looks like he's in more control. He can do different things from a ball speed perspective. He needs to still fire it, he can. Now he can also get soft with it at the bottom. True signs of just continued growth of a really good youth player who is, I have to remember, or I think we all say the same thing when we watch youth bowlers, that they're not even, some of them just turned 18. Like Tyler just turned 18 today.
Well, and Sebi's kind of the youngest of that. We talked about that junior class earlier today that's so stacked.
Right.
He's a year younger than those guys. But he's been competing with them for forever.
I have to remember that. His game, says that he's on par, and in some events, right, he's leading the way. He's winning the tournaments.
Yep.
Got some love for Avery and Chase. Both of our 2 Canadian players who are competing. And it looks like they are starting on the lower end of the building. See if they might be on 5, 6, 7, or 8 to start. We got a few strikes on 7 and 8.
Yeah, I don't have them together. I have Chase on. Chase on 3 and 4, and I got Ashley on 15 or Avery on 15 and 16. And Avery's accurate, so I presume that Chase is on 3 and 4.
Okay.
I thought I missed it completely. I thought that was
15 and 16. We mentioned this earlier, and there were a few games where there just seemed to be a ton of strikes on that pair, and it's true again. We've got a front 6 from Henry Vader. We've got spare 5-bagger on the pair. We've got front 4 and 9 spare strike on the pair. I mean, that might be the best pair in the house.
And my lane assignments don't appear to be quite right, but now you go to 12, now you go to 13 and 14, and you got Noah Waters on another heater getting started with a 3-bagger 7-1 double. So yeah, that end of the house has actually produced a fair amount of score.
Odin, great shot. Got a chance to talk with his parents. We mentioned him a little bit earlier. His sister, Alicia Odin. True superstar collegiately at Wichita State. Nice spare from Lexi.
It's a good shot right there from Lexi. She's a sophomore, finishing up her sophomore year at Waterloo West. She's a 2-time individual state finalist, which is pretty cool. Been team state 2 times too with Waterloo West. Dad's a good player. Dad's a motive staffer locally in Waterloo Cedar Falls. Yeah, been cool to watch Lexi kind of grow up in the. She's always grown up in the bowling center, but just as she's started to mature and kind of grow within herself and understand some of her confidence and understand some of her ability, it's been really cool to watch that growth and really try to kind of stretch her legs a little bit, spread her wings, so to speak, and you know, try to challenge herself in some of these events. Her West High School team will be bowling U.S. High School Nationals this summer. I can't remember where it is. Columbus, I think, maybe in June. But cool opportunity for those kids. Rush will be there too. Sorry, they're teammates at Waterloo West. Rush will be amongst that group. The boys are bowling as well, so pretty cool.
Another high quality shot. And the last time we saw Keegan, that was this morning, right? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yep, he bowled the 8:30 this morning.
He had just missed an auto spot. There was a moment we actually thought it might have been him, but there was a score that we did not have at that time.
So as of through 3 rounds, if I'm understanding Coach Steen's current spreadsheet and his auto advances and trying to kind of understand what he's got going on for sure, it looks to me like Keegan is currently in 9th with his 880 from this morning, and that's considering there was a ton of score off of this squad, you know, before us here. So. No, that can't. No, I'm going to take all that back. That's not right. That doesn't have all the information that I'm looking for. I apologize. I'm not trying to be erroneous. I'm trying to help and give good information.
What place did you say? 8th?
Well,
yeah, not quite.
My bad.
But 27th seems a bit more accurate. Yeah, the version that I'm looking at. And it gives it a, he looks to be in about 27th.
All right. Yeah, I was ahead on the refresh. I didn't have them cleaned up. So sorry about that.
It's okay, man. Ooh. A lot of super washouts made on lanes 9 and 10. Oh, wow. That's not the break you want. That was like the bucket with the 7-pin. Now it's just a 5-7.
Yeah.
Josh Weems double open 5-bagger. And Josh, who started game 1 this afternoon, a couple of different bowling balls before getting back to reactive, and then getting off and running. Hook a little. Tyler's score of 999. Again, if our total combined is correct. And let me get you that. Let me get you that link and post that in the chat. So you want to click on total combined. You'll see that tab at the bottom. Just to give you an idea again of where things are currently. There'll be a lot of double and triple checking. Some scores tonight. A quick look at 5 through 8. That's how some of these groups are starting. We've got the Grothis brothers bowling tonight. We got Zach and JT. Bindal is bowling too. Yeah, we scoring pace could still see an uptick here tonight. Lynn Cruz. One of the 8th graders who bowled yesterday. There are a couple of Emilys in the field, and because the names are in, you know, you'll see some of the letters, obviously. And I keep seeing Emil, and I keep saying, "What is Emil here bowling?" No, that's Emily.
Yep, that's Emily Whitehead out of Clinton over there on lane 8.
Seb at the bottom right of your screen there. He just left the 10 pin on a good shot. Skylar Pett's in a little bit of trouble. Josh Weems still striking away. And on 13 and 14 meanwhile. Zach Groth is experiencing a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this version of the fresh doesn't look quite like it did at 130.
No.
Not quite. So then you wonder if it's different game plans, but then like Tyler's using the same game plan. That's the same game that he did to get off to a decent start this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. So like I say, we're kind of seeing bowlers bowl a couple different tournaments right now. You know, some are on the hunt for information, and then others are trying to figure out how they can advance into the field. I did find it kind of interesting, though, with the 167 entries. Of the 42 girls, there's only 28 unique entries. So in reality, you've got 12 spots for 28 kids. So really, you just got to finish in the top half of the people, and you've got and you're going to get in for pretty close. Boys, obviously, a little more. There was 91 unique entries to the 123 total. And a lot of these kids tonight are re-entries. There's some that haven't. This is reverse squad, but a lot of re-entries tonight too. So that's what's going to make chasing that cut number this evening so difficult, is all the re-entries, the auto advances. But we'll try, see what we can do.
Look, good scores maybe coming from 7 and 8 here, especially. Actually, a couple specifically on 7 and 8 too. Young Brandon with a 4-bagger. We saw him earlier this morning. Oof. Josh just destroyed the rack on 14. He's left an 8-pin now on each of those lanes, 13 and 14. Not this game, but he did leave an 8-pin on 13 to start game 5 in the afternoon.
If this was league, we'd ask him, hey, if you don't want to try, just let us know. You know, you going to try and throw it better next time, or what are you going to do? Right? How come?
I'm going to look at the combined roster, or I'm sorry, standings again, and I'm going to go down in the boys' perspective. And I'm going to look at, you know, players like Noah Waters at 901 and Keaton Hartwig at 901. Now, I wouldn't be too comfortable with that number, certainly. Excuse me. I'd be looking at, well, I don't know if Jace is going to bowl or is bowling again. He's Gutenberg, but he's at 869. Micah Jensen's bowling again. He's at 873. That's currently 30th. Jay's currently 31st. Austin Olderog, who I think he signed up to bowl every single squad. His number at 867 is currently the boys' cut number at 32. Jackson was so good on the fresh earlier today, sending pins again and kind of get back to looking like himself, just like he did this morning. Starts the final qualifying squad in the 240s. His high block 1026. Nelson can get into the 170s with one more strike. I'm interested to see how Taylor Linder does here. He got going a little bit late in the block last, or I should say in squad 3.
Yep.
Even shot 240 in the final game.
Yeah, he liked them late once they started to open up just a little bit.
So if he can get off to a little bit of a better start, which he already is to some degree, make this pair, he'll be in the 190s.
Jalen Ketterer there on lane 6. She's an individual state champion for Iowa High School, headed to bowl for Coach Ryan Moore in Culver Stockton. She's a Kia Cup kid.
Keokuk.
Keokuk.
That's how you say that.
Yeah.
I've been wondering this for about 20 years. And,
well, I ain't known you that long, but you could have asked.
Did he just make that? Is that the 467? I think Rush just made the 467. No, he did. All right, it was a 2-4.
2-4-10.
Still cool.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been just a little cooler if it was 467.
I wonder how Subby writes his score down when he's not standing in front of me.
He's borrowed your pen again. All right, Jackson McCauley, one to keep an eye on. One more puts him in the 220s. About this finish from JT. But I tell you, it's interesting, but, you know, 9, 10, 11, and 12 have been pretty favorable. But 7 and 8, it's going to see some high scores to start here on the fresh. Didn't get a chance to see what some of those finishes were on 15 and 16. Josh did finish with 233 on 13 and 14. There was a 226 on that pair. 216 on that pair.
Superstar alert in the chat. Alicia Oden's watching her brother.
How about that?
Alicia, I'll bet your brother hates it, but every time we talk about him, we talk about you. You had a fantastic season this year. So congratulations on a tremendous campaign this year for the Shockers.
I learned some fun facts about Alicia talking to her parents that I will save for next college season.
Oh, Micah folds out the
Okay,
710 right here in front of us. That's a good shot. Good break.
Ashley Thomas with a big double. Trying to save 170. She missed a couple of single pins. The move is one pair to, oh, I'm sorry, skipping one pair to the right. Oof. There's that 7-pin rearing its top head there. I've seen a few of those. Tyler has had a very, very nice game.
Tyler's putting together kind of one of those Brett Biondo kind of games from the last block. Just holding his own, just plugging away, get this hit, 230, move on, next pair. See, and I talked him right into 220. That's my fault.
You may not know it, but that one was about a board or two right. Nice spare.
Mm-hmm.
All right, high quality 223 there from Tyler. Almost shot here from Aiden. Aiden with 2 A's, I like it. Got to get our young athletes some pins. Keep it in their backpacks. This group's going to move over to 13 and 14. Then they'll go to 3 and 4. Then they'll be on 7 and 8 for game 4. We'll check in a little bit on 13 and 14 when we can. Young Keegan, I think that's the name to keep an eye on in the boys division tonight. I think that's the one. We only got started on 15 and 16. We've got our new group now on 11 and 12.
Yeah, your current cut number for the boys is 867 through 3 squads. Now that number is going to obviously change some, but with the high amount of re-entries we have this block, I'll be interested to see how much it really does go. I presume it will go up. I'll be curious to kind of see what that number is. Is Keegan's number at 880 from his morning block today going to be enough? Or is he going to have to make that better?
Take a quick look over.
For the girls, your current cut number right now is Skylar Petz at 816. I presume that number is going to change a little bit. High number of re-entries for the ladies this evening too. So we kind of talked about that kind of in between, where, you know, with the number of new bowlers coming in, how much is that going to change as far as the people in the top 12, or is it going to change the order of the top 12? So there's a couple of players that I could see, you know, making a run. I could see Jalen making a run. Her first shift, obviously, Ashlyn Tevis is another one. You know, you don't show up being a Jack State commit and junior Team USA player and not come in here expecting to make a run. So. Yeah, so for your non-re-entry ladies this evening, you've got Ashlyn Tevis, Lexi Peveril, Mia Larson, and Jalen Ketter. So you've got 5 girls tonight that have not bowled a shift previous. So with 816 being the number, you know, that's like I say, I think we'll probably see some movement within the number with a handful, you know, 1 or 2 maybe jumping in tonight. But we've kind of seen with this particular pattern and this, you know, with the way things have gone, that the first time hasn't necessarily been your best time. So be interesting to see kind of how some of these new players attack how it's going and what they can see. Like Jalen got off to a good start, 186. If you can figure out how to do that 5 times, you're going to be in good shape. You know, Ashlyn's probably not shooting 170 again. You know, in likelihood, she'll figure out a way to start stringing some score.
We saw Savannah Portillo over on 3 and 4 as we watch Abesevic. A couple players. Shoot, what high school was? I'm seeing some similar jerseys from. It's something Catholic. I don't know if it's Dowling.
Dowling Catholic. That's out of the Des Moines Metro.
Okay.
Yep. Football powerhouse. Football powerhouse. It's obviously a parochial school, and they some would say they recruit like that. I'm not going to be the one to say that, but that's that's what some would say. Yeah, they've actually they're a 3A class here in Iowa. There's, you know, a handful of players, so it's cool to see some of them out here competing on what's a pretty large stage. Great shot from JT right there. Henry Vader off to a good start. He had 230 game 1. Working on a strike to start game 2. He would be one with a good score already at 1033. I think he's probably one that would be looking to improve his position if he can.
Really starting to hear his name more just across the youth spectrum. And the youth bowling, the multiple tours, and certainly even nationally, right? Nationally. Oof. Good shot there for Avery. We got Avery and Chase now in view. A lot of people in the building, by the way.
Zach's throwing the backup ball.
Yeah, I just saw that, and I thought I caught it maybe at the end of the game when we were watching.
Yeah, I had to double take there for a second. Like,
not a bad idea.
I mean, it's his first shift, though.
That's also a good point.
He also started with 130, so maybe, yeah.
All he needed was like, all right, yeah, this may not be it. I only have 4 more games.
Yeah, it's definitely a sprint for him. You know, you can't give it. You already gave it away a little bit early. Now you got to go figure out how to get to. You know, you got to go even plus the last. You know, you got to get 220 the last 4, and even that might not be enough. Did you say Brooklyn Cruz is an 8th grader?
8th grade.
She's from here?
She is from Decorah. From Decorah, indeed. This is actually her home bowling center.
I don't know. They find a couple more like her. The cupboards are going to be pretty full here in Decorah for a while. She throws it really good. Again, cool to see some of the younger kids come out and challenge themselves against not only a tough lane pattern, but a tough field too. You know, to be okay with that. And yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people in the building.
A few additional kind of noises throughout, but it's serious.
And we're giving away $50K tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. That's so cool. It should be this kind of atmosphere for these kids. You know, they should get to feel that excitement in the building and feel that buzz. See Ashlyn off screen on lane 4, just striping it up the gutter.
And Gabe, who I thought started to throw it a little bit better at the end of his previous block. I'm starting to see it a little bit better, off to a much better start here, game 2.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he's a Muscatine kid. That's a little ways from here. That's kind of down around the Quad City area, but you know, bowled a lot of our stuff in Waterloo. He's a good player. Good player. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a little run and give himself a chance to get into bowl tomorrow.
We'll see if Will will be able to figure out something to help him get going. Get off to a little bit of a slow start early in the previous squad, and did see some momentum starting to build towards the middle and the end of the block, but got to get cooking on the fresh.
Yeah, what was it, game 3, game 4 that he really got hot down here?
Yeah, the front 6, 7?
Something like that. The other thing I'm starting to see, and I talked to Laurel just a little bit in between the two shifts here tonight, is some of these kids, like, if they're not used to bowling these competitive events, 10, 15 games in a day is a lot.
Oh, sure.
And it's not practice reps, it's competition reps, so they just feel different too. So battling some of that fatigue factor is a thing. My hand feels a little different. My hand might be swollen a little bit. How do I make sure I get out of it? My legs are sore. How do I stay down? You know, just all those fatigue factors that you don't think about but are magnified on something that's this difficult. You know, you can repeat shots all you want. If you don't actually repeat them, you don't get the same result. So, you know, like that shot from JT right there, that was just a little right. It wasn't terrible, but it just never shaped, and 2-8-10. You know, it just didn't see the lane. You know, and then I look at a kid like Noah that just made that shot on 7. You know, he's a bigger kid. He's just an older, you know, bigger statured young man. So how does his lower body respond to 10 competitive games like this in a row? You know, how does his body handle that?
We'll take a peek at 9 through 12. Wow, back-to-back 9 pins for Will Hudson, and that's deflating, right? You're trying to get some momentum built, get moving in the right direction, and then that happens twice, back-to-back.
Yeah, the bad ones already aren't going to strike. The good ones have to. Like, the good ones got to go, especially when they're this tough. The good ones got to go. That's a good shot from Chase right there. Chase and Avery both made jersey changes from this morning, too.
Well, yeah, a lot of time has passed. They probably got a chance to take a nap.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Which I'm a little jealous of.
I'm going to be jealous tomorrow morning that I didn't get that nap today.
You are, actually. Make sure we get you some coffee. What, yeah, you a coffee?
I am. I stopped at ironically enough, this morning there was like no coffee shop open on my way here. I go through Waterloo and there wasn't a coffee shop open yet, so I put in my mobile order for scooters here in Decorah and stopped and grabbed that right down the street before I came in this
Scooters.
morning.
What's your order? What's your go-to?
I am so now, since I'm unfortunately newly diagnosed diabetic as of about 8 months ago, it is the sugar-free caramel latte with oat milk because I don't want to drink the dairy milk. So, yep, I am a non-dairy milk guy now too, which is a little interesting for me considering I could drink a gallon of milk in a couple of days. But we're learning the new normal. But so yeah, sugar-free oat milk latte was my thing this morning, and it was. I don't drink the foo-foo coffee all that often anymore, so it was nice to have something different. But yeah, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it.
All right, so if you were, is that like your number one? I'm sorry, your new go-to? First of all, is scooters your top choice?
If I'm in Waterloo, if I'm home,
Okay.
I will get Fat Cup Coffee, which is a local shop in Waterloo that's really good. Thoroughly enjoyable. That's what we drink at home.
Are you still getting a latte there?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I go to the coffee shop, I'm probably getting a latte because I can make coffee at home and travel with it. So if I'm going to a shop, I'm going to get something more specialty that I'm not going to make at home.
How many coffee drinkers we got out there? And I assume it's, a significant amount. And I'm always curious about just what folks enjoy, what their go-to is. How many pumps of something do they need?
Anymore, it's where do you get it?
And where do you get it?
That's the big thing now. It's like
there's so many chain, and I don't want to, there's obviously local shops like you just talked about. Right, and so depending on where you live and you support your local coffee shop, and there's some other opportunities. And but obviously your Dunkins and Starbucks and now Scooters. There's a lot of 7 Brews popping up.
7 Brew is the hot one now. It seemed like anytime the girls got close to a 7 Brew this season, they had to get to the 7 Brew.
Dutch Bros, if you've been on the West Coast.
Biggie is more of a mid-east, East Coast coffee. That's good too.
We'll watch a couple more frames, a couple more shots here. We'll check in on 9 through 12. Let's see if we got our first score update for this block also. And it looks like almost to.
Working on it, looks like.
He is in progress. Excitement level of some of our new and of course younger players too showing as well, which I liked.
Yeah, if you're out there watching, hit up in the chat. Let us know where you're at. Let us know where you're from. Be kind of curious to see what kind of outreach we have with the field we have and where the field is from. It'd be interesting to see kind of who's watching, who's following along tonight. See who's going to get the opportunity to bowl for that part of that 50K tomorrow.
Could be Noah Waters. He had the front 8 earlier today. He's been the closest player to have a chance at 300. Tyler Paulus also had the front 7 in game 5. First bowler to shoot 300 in the tournament will receive a $1,000 bonus from Skyline Motorsports. Big thank you to all of the sponsors here at the 2nd annual Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament. Perry Novak Electric, Construction Build Momentum, Kroll, Matthew Construction, Ziegler Cat, BRP Incorporated, of course, the Bruning Company. And a wonderful staff here at Kingpin Entertainment Center. You said you had never been to Decorah or just this bowling center?
Just this facility.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been to Decorah a number of times, just never been here. I know the food here at Kingpin is tremendous, but they've got some great pizza here in Decorah too. Mabe's Pizza is tremendous. But obviously you want to eat here at Kingpin Entertainment Center because the food here is great too, and they love the patronage that you would bring to them. This is actually, if this was like home, like this would be a cool place to just come in and hang out. Like honestly, they've got a great array of drinks around the bar. The menu is pretty extensive. The cheeseburger I had for lunch was delicious. They've got this cool hangout spot between lanes 8 and 9 with some air hockey and pool tables and TVs, and the lounge has got some nice big TVs. I mean, it's Yeah, it'd be a cool place to just come in and hang out with the boys, watch some ball, you know, that kind of thing. Be a lot of fun. Oh, we're having a watch party in Winnipeg. All right, Samantha McVicker, that's awesome. It's yeah, we saw from you this morning and got Avery and Chase back on screen here this afternoon or this evening. Oh, now I'm getting in trouble for eating a cheeseburger. Tim Horton. So moving right along. Explain to me what the Tim Hortons triple is. That's got to be a coffee drink. I'm not familiar. We don't have the Tim Hortons in this neck of the woods. So I've had Tim Hortons, but I don't know exactly what the triple is. Caitlin watching Keegan from Prairie City. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up as you are watching. It looks like we got 100 watching and only 11 thumbs up. So let's hit that like button. That helps out a meal in the channel for sure. If you're so inclined, go on social media, share it. Let's see how many we can get watching tonight to see who's going to vie for that 50K tomorrow. Pretty exciting. Coach Elworth out in Sioux City.
Coach was watching a little bit earlier. Watching Taylor, I believe.
Okay.
I think it was Taylor. And maybe some other folks, but he did comment on Taylor's good finish.
Both set of Chase's grandparents watching from Winnipeg. That's awesome.
Now that's a blessing.
Yes, 100%.
Had to have both sets of your grandparents. That is, you don't hear that often. So that's fantastic.
Having traveled to a lot of these, and you understand that too, you know, from this side of the perspective, but just having supportive friends, families, coaches here helping you, watching, being supportive, that means a lot to the kids. Even if they don't always appreciate it, to look back and see that smiling face, not that disgruntled face, is super, super important.
Very important. I've seen a lot of difficult athlete parent conflicts at some high major youth events, and so yeah, it can be a little contentious.
And it's the heat of the battle, right? I mean, certainly not going to be the first one to say that me and my player haven't had interactions like that. But really just remembering that, you know, even when they do miss that single pin, I can assure you that 95% of the time, they didn't get up there saying, I'm going to miss this just to irritate somebody. Like, even the best in the world don't make them. You know, it's not lack of effort or try. It's sometimes they just don't work, you know, and that's, you know, understanding that it's never nefarious. Oh, there's a break. So, yeah, I'd like to think that they don't try to miss them. You just got to smile and be supportive. Most people don't get wound up when you irritate them. It normally just kind of starts to spiral even more. Not everybody. Sometimes that works, but.
I'm going to take a look at Reggie Mitchell. From what I understand, that there is a style. Well, I've seen the style multiple times, but I didn't know that the style had a name.
Oh.
And from what I understand, it's called the Hadouken.
The what?
The Hadouken.
Really? I didn't know I had a thing either.
So if you enjoyed Street Fighter and you're of a specific age, and you like Ken or Ryu and you played with them, or even Akuma, Hadouken, of course, the fireball that shot out of the hands of those individuals. So if you're familiar, well, you'll have to see it first. Some of you may be unfamiliar with it, with the style of bowling. But Tim Cagle is someone who is kind of well known in the bowling industry for essentially having the bowling ball kind of released. It's a two-handed release, but it's kind of not what you're thinking. It is kind of starts from the chest. And it's more of a push. So we'll see that here in 9 through 12. You can actually see at the bottom of your screen, but we'll bring it up here in a moment.
So for those that are inquiring and want to know and not reading the chat, the Tim Hortons triple triple is 3 cream, 3 sugar. Triple triple.
Okay.
Just like it sounds.
Yeah, I like that.
I can get behind that for sure. I mean, I'm probably going to go with 3 non-dairy creamers and 3 Splendas, but the concept is the same. Coach Ellsworth's got a couple future charges bowling today.
Left side of your screen. Hadouken. Bang. Big double there for Reggie. Roger Taylor Jr. was talking to me about him during the break. I've known him since he was a young lad. I've been bowling with this style. I'm not sure who. I was also talking to someone. I don't know if it was his mom, grandmother, somebody. And she was kind of breaking down the style for me as well. And I said, all right, I already know. Somebody already gave me the update. Like, let me know who we had coming, who was going to be bowling. I won't say I've seen just about every bowling style, but I have seen some styles.
The first time I saw that outside of Tim Cagle was, man, I can't remember. She was from West Virginia, and we saw her at Junior Bowl a number of years ago, and was doing that. And I'm just, it's the first time I'd ever seen it, like live in person, and I couldn't get. I finally got my head around it after like day 3. It's like, oh, this is what she does every single time. Like she repeats it, she throws it good. Like it's always the same thing. You know, it's not what, you know, you might on initial impression believe what it is. And you know, like Tim's trying to make a living on the PBA Tour doing that every single week. You know, so it's really it's another opportunity to have a unique style, just like two-handed, left-handed, right-handed. Just one more way to get the bowling ball down the lane and knock down all 10.
The first time I saw it was Matt Jones, who is he's from the West Coast. I don't remember exactly which city.
Okay.
Many years ago at this point. He was the first bowler that I've seen. But then Tim Cagle, and now Reggie Mitchell. I do want to play Street Fighter now, though.
At my former employer, we bought an old stand-up arcade machine, and they had retrofitted it to have, I don't know, probably 30 different games on it, and Street Fighter was one of said games, along with Tecmo Bowl, by the way. But yeah, just some of those old Nintendo games are super fun to play, super cool.
Look at a few players. It's Tyler Williams. Good shot, excuse me, down on 15 and 16. He can get to 212. Tyler Paulus can, no wait. Tyler Paulus looking at a spare coming up here on lane 14. That pair 15 and 16 kind of quiet now. It's been a pretty higher scoring pair. But Tyler could end up being possibly the high man on that pair. We'll check back in there in a sec. We'll let Keegan go. He went 7 spare, 5 spare, 5 spare, 3 back. Make it 4. How about that? 7 spare, 5 spare, 5 spare, 5 spare, 4 back.
I kind of wish we had lane talk so I could see what the 2 5s were. I guess I didn't even think to look. I didn't know if they had lane talk here or not. Just because I think it'd be interesting to make back-to-back 5 counts, like, and then convert them both. Kind of neat.
Only for pro users.
Okay. Dalton Leroy down here on 7 and 8, making a little run. Strike 9 spare 6 bagger.
He made back-to-back super washouts.
Oh, okay. I guess if you're gonna leave it, it's got to be good enough to pick it up. So what you're telling me is if we're gonna bowl Scotch doubles with somebody, we're picking Keegan or we're picking Emily Kringle.
Looks like everybody to the, for the most part, is on the same pace.
It's a nice shot from Gabe down there on lane 6.
No one else saw it.
Not a good attempt on the 2-4-8-10 by Noah down there on lane 7. Will Hudson, see if he can kind of get lined up here and maybe find something to jumpstart his evening. Working off 9 spare, 9 spare. That's pretty close. That's a good shot from Will. See if he can find a way to get one more, get him into the 180s. Dalton Leroy's string did stop, 9 spare in the 9th. Still on pace for a very good game down there. Double gets him into the 250s. Keegan Steingrave parlayed the Runaway Brooklyn in the 7th into a 5-bagger. Kalen Heitritter trying to find himself a double here, make a way into the 190s. I got to look and see what jersey Dalton has on tonight, too. I know he had a cat jersey on earlier. I know he's got a nacho cheese jersey, too, which is kind of cool. Like we were talking about the jerseys earlier, just really neat to see so many different versions of the kids' creativities to design some of these, and shout out to the jersey manufacturers, too, to bring those ideas to life. Pretty cool. Leah Basevic with a nice strike down there coming off the single pin miss. Still got a chance to get into the 170s. Gavin Neal backing up just a little bit. Max 151, excuse me, down there on lane 5. Chase find a double here to figure out a way to get into the 2 teens. Oh, tripped the 4. Good shot there from Chase. Give him an opportunity to get into the 2 teens like we said. Keegan Steingrave up on lane 13. Excuse me, lane 14. That's Aiden Oden on 13. Also on a bagger. Run stops with a 7-pin after the 5-bagger. See if Keegan can find a way to get 6 in a row. Folds in the 4-pin. You can see that just off screen in your lower right. Working through the final few shots here in game 2 of our final qualifying block this evening. The race to the top 32 for the boys and top 16 for the ladies. All for an opportunity to bowl for $50,000, a chunk of $50,000 tomorrow.
Well, went back to that just in time for Chase. Made 3, 6, 7, 10. Dalton, 7-pin real quick. I'll get back to that in a sec. When did we see Dalton bowl? Yesterday? This morning?
This morning.
Okay.
Yep, Dalton was the 8:30 this morning.
Young Jackson has been solid here. Nice spare there for Zach on the backup washout conversion. 247.
+5, that's a good start for 2 games here.
And Tatum Lee still at it. Lee, now trouble. Noah Waters had trouble in the ninth, trying to finish strong. Charlie Wiedmeyer.
It's a nice finish from Jackson McCauley. Get the last 5 for 248. +74 after 2.
Jackson didn't bowl in the other squads, right? Is that?
I believe
Did he bowl this morning?
he did bowl this afternoon, I think. Yeah, he bowled this afternoon, according to the squad list. Yep, 885 this afternoon.
Thanks for the kind words for Hunter. Matthew calling my knucklehead's an understatement. Appreciate him keeping it PG.
All right, good spare there from Reggie. He's going to finish out with possibly 162. Look a little. On the left side, and it's kind of been the same on the right side. That's the one place where they really haven't hooked, right? If you're getting into that spot, it's been difficult. Unless your rev rate is a little higher. Then, in that case, you've had a chance. Good finish there from Ben Dahl as well. Had some folks looking at or rooting for Josiah Berry Noop. Quick look down on 13 to 16 and told you Keegan. Keegan's the man right now. And he's looking like he's trying to improve on what's already an 880 number in the books. Trying to kind of get off that line, which is 27th currently. Or was, I should say, in the squad combined totals. Nice finish. 256 for Keegan. He is now 18 over for 2.
Took an opportunity to get a quick little in-game interview with Savannah Portillo, just kind of asking what her mindset was, where she started, what she's looking to do. You know, just kind of pick her brain a little bit, why she started with something different, that kind of thing. And you know, are you looking for information, or are you trying to improve your position? And she said, I'm trying to improve my position. I'm probably going to do whatever feels best again in the morning. So, you know, another opportunity on the fresh to do what I think is best in that moment. And she thought that the transformer right looked better than the hyperdrive in, like she started this morning, just based on the balls going down the lane and who she was crossing with, that was going to give her the best opportunity to score more now. So that's why she opted to do that. She's absolutely looking to increase, not so much fact finding. So I thought that was kind of interesting that she had a totally different game plan, but it wasn't based on learning. It was really just what she saw in that moment after practice to try to score early.
Interesting. Most groups starting to make their rounds. And so if you're on 15 and 16, you now should be on 5 and 6. Nice quality shot there, but layup at 7. Boy.
Still accurate. Still accurate.
Said the same things this morning. And she's still kind of playing them in the same area. Although I think, right, even her, she's using something that's a little bit different, a little bit more energy within that particular bowling ball. So you saw that one just get very continuous.
Yeah, we do seem to see a little more, I'm going to say a little more shine this evening. And I wonder if that's a product of all of the surface that we saw this afternoon and kind of what happened to them. You know, where they didn't get nice like we kind of thought they were going to. They kind of blew up and got funny. So interesting to see that change in dynamic maybe a little bit from the field with the amount of re-entries that we had this evening. Got Quinn Thomas up here on lanes 11 and 12 out of Monticello, Iowa, down around the Quad Cities-ish again. Individual state, I can't remember if he won a state championship or not. I know he has bowled in the finals at least once, but I can't remember if he's won. First good look at Charlie Wiedemeyer here on lane 11 and 12 with a nice washout conversion.
Charlie's bowled plenty of Elite Youth Tour events, and he had a grandmother, I should say, he has a grandmother who lives in Vegas, and she would always hop on the chat, say hello.
Okay.
Watching Charlie. I feel like this was to get Charlie's year. Like it felt like just yesterday he was a freshman in high school.
So it seems like we have to ask questions to get the chat kind of fired up to go. Like I asked what coffee was, and so I get 4 people telling me that the triple what that is. What's a good another interacting question? Man, that's one thing that I thoroughly enjoy about the Bowl TV chat community is that thing is like if you quit watching for a handful of minutes, if you quit paying attention, like you can't get back to the top. Like you can't scroll it fast enough.
Yeah,
so,
it's wild. It's wild how that works.
I couldn't imagine as a play-by-play guy or even an admin like Chase and BK, those guys, just being able to keep up with all that's nuts. That's crazy. So we need another engaging question. We're not quite halfway through the block here this evening. It's been a long day, a lot going on. How do we keep everybody engaged? Who else are we watching?
Well, I think that is the question right now. I am curious who everyone is on watching and attempting to keep track of. And we've got a couple people throughout the day who have let us know, or at least mention. Shout out to Amber, by the way, the Hirsch family, letting us know who they're rooting for. Like Keegs and Caleb and Caden. A lot of people are rooting for Keegs.
Kylie, I didn't see you yesterday, but good bowling. Congratulations on leading the block last night. That's pretty cool.
Kylie's in the chat?
Yeah, we'll get to see her tomorrow, I'm sure. I don't think she's probably going to give her spot away. I guess we'll see her and Mom tomorrow.
Well, Patrick, we've mentioned the pattern a few times.
Yeah.
And it is.
It did not get put in, so.
It's how do I describe it? I've described it a few times, and each time has been kind of the same, but also a little bit different. Tonight, to me, they seem a little bit harder. It might be with the combination of players trying some different things, and so, there's a few different combinations out there. But 40 feet is 40 feet, and that's generally, it can be a tricky distance. And then if you throw in the 33 mils, and then you just got yourself some situations. There's so many ways to wash out on this pattern. There's been a ton of opportunities to throw it in the gutter. If you get it going right or left too early, you're in trouble. But we did learn, too, there are multiple ways to attack it. Certainly a matter of personal preference and kind of what you can execute repeatedly. If your execution level is high on this, you can be successful. It's definitely an interesting one to practice on. Like I don't know when you'd see 40 feet or 40-foot patterns in other events. You may not see them though with 33 mils.
Yeah, it's a ton of
That's
volume.
the difference. My guy Ramon. Now it's a show. Ramon's here.
What's free though? I've known you a while and nothing's free. What are you giving away?
Ramon, his wife worked in, I believe, advertising.
Okay.
Radio, advertising and marketing. And so, how about Charlie? Wow. Well, that was violent, that head pin coming off the sidewall there. We would, just like we were just talking about with coffee, when we would mention a particular brand over the air, Ramon would say, stop giving out free advertising to these companies.
Yeah, no more cheap plugs. No more cheap plugs.
And
I
so
like it.
whenever it happens, and now I would sometimes even preface it like, I hope Ramon's listening because I'm about to say.
Oh, I like it. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, never lose that entrepreneurial spirit.
We'll see what the game 2 tallies look like here in a moment. We've been here since, let's see, our first squad this morning was at 8:30 a.m. Central. And it's a classic Saturday at a high-level tournament, especially for a 3-squad event. This game 3 has seen a lot of iterations. Okay, obviously squad 1 was squad 1, just kind of unsure about what you might get. But as the squads went on, game 3 started to be the one that we would see the most score until earlier, or I'm sorry, our afternoon squad today, where out the gates, games 1 and 2, we saw some excellent scores.
Yes.
Highest scores we've seen all tournament to this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I am curious how game 3 is going to kind of shape up here.
I think kind of a nice barometer to that, and we've got him right in front of us, is Henry Vader. Henry is plus 20-ish through 2 according to his score. He's got, or plus 40 through 2. What does he like here, making that flip back to this end of the building? You know, how does he kind of navigate 9 and 10? I mean, we identified 9 and 10 as a good pair this morning, but then this afternoon, as it went longer, 9 and 10 didn't seem quite as nice. So it looks like he's got a nice look on 9 and 10. Gavin Neal's got off to a nice start over here. Gabe Dunnis off to a nice start. Leah's off to a good start. You know, how does this pair in particular kind of handle this particular transition? You know, are we going to feel that the block 3 transition was just so different than the others based on whatever factor it is? And this is going to be a little more like block 1 and block 2? Or is it going to feel more like block 3 where high number of players, lots of different styles? You know, is that going to be the difference? So
it's an intriguing mix right now. The risk reward factor for some players. That's a good question, David. And happy to kind of describe the building for you. So as you can see, as you mentioned, there is a wall. And right now, the bottom right of your screen, that's 1 through 8. What's in the middle, what's separating the lanes is, and Matthew kind of described it perfectly, as kind of the social area, if you will. And there is an air hockey table, 2 pool tables. We got a couple dart boards over there, some high top tables, some TVs, a couple other games. So it is a place to indeed be social. And so if you were bowling, I can think about it from the consumer aspect, right? And you just wanted to, you know, especially if you're on 9 and 10 or 7 and 8, right? You might even request those lanes. Actually, when you come in the building, you got a couple games brewing, then you pop over, do a little air hockey, play a little pool, and you come right back to bowling. So that's actually what's in between and separating the lanes. And of course, a wonderful restaurant bar here. They've got entertainment space where the paddock is. Then there's an actual like full arcade behind the low end, behind 1 through, really like 1 through 6.
if I was in charge around here, and I'm not, that space between 8 and 9 would be an absolute place to do like after league beverage specials. How do I keep people in the building? Maybe they shoot a little pool. Maybe they just sit in there at a few of the high tops and watch the ball game. But between that space and this lounge space, you know, right out here behind lanes 11 through 14, it's a great place to just hang out. So it's a pretty cool setup.
Justin rooting for Ashlyn Tepper. She started on 13 and 14. So she should be on actually 13 and 14. Skip should be on 3 and 4. Yeah, she should be on 7 and 8 actually this game. Also got Tyler on 5 and 6. We've got it's like Lucas Drisdale as well. So we'll take a peek next door in a moment. Who's going to win the Tournament of Champions? Good question, Thelma. I'm going with Alex Horton.
I get behind that. That'd be a good story.
Going to go with Alex, another rookie. Although there's another, there's a second rookie, of course, on the show who's already made history earlier this season. And it'd be very intriguing if Brandon Bonta won 2 majors in his first season.
Doesn't that makes you Hall of Fame eligible, right?
No, there's still a standard title minimum you have to have.
Even if you have 2 majors.
Yeah.
Okay.
5. If you win 2 majors, then you need 5 standard titles.
Gotcha. Okay. I was thinking there was a barometer there, and I was. It just goes from 10 to 5. Okay. But yeah, that'd be pretty ironic to see that. That'd be pretty cool. It's just another testament, kind of like what we were talking about today. You know, like how good these kids are. The kids coming out of college and going into the pros are also supremely talented, and you know they can compete right away.
Yeah, I'm going to go Alex Horton. Really cool. When I think Alex Horton, the first thing I always think about is for those who recall Bowler X, they were running a commercial on PBA shows. And the campaign was, man, I forgot the tagline they were using. But at the time, certainly all of their Bowler X staffers were in it. You know, Parker was in it, so Kelly, a couple other players, and then there was young Alex Horton. Can't remember how old he was at the time. I was like, I remember that dude. Then I started seeing Alex like Junior Gold and other high-level youth events. Get to see his dad a lot. Then Alex went to Indiana Tech and became an All-American. And now he's on tour, making his first show. Be a good story, too, for Zach there, Coach Ellsworth. Good person. Be cool to win in back-to-back weeks. You can go from 0 titles to 2 in 1 week. Belmo's on the show, right? I'm interested in that storyline, too.
Yeah, going home for a couple of weeks, skipping the doubles to recharge the batteries a little bit, going into the TOC and the WSOP.
And already proven that he didn't waste his time.
Yes.
How about Henry Vader? Just out the blue. Saying, all right, just going to go back up.
These kids, man, they're so talented. I mean,
he did that so casually.
I know.
I mean, it looked like he was getting deadwood for a minute.
Kind of, until it had a little velocity to it.
Goodness gracious.
Pick up.
Well, Hudson's got to get something going. See if let's check our standings. Dalton Leroy coming off that 247 game, and now he's continued the momentum, although his first open frame here this game.
You know who's got something going?
Uh-oh.
Leah Basevic.
Okay.
4 out of the first 5, working on a 3-bagger right here. Roll it. 2 pin. We do got scores through 2. Start off with their ladies. Ashlyn Tevis leading the squad at 389. Savannah Portillo in second with 365. Jalen Ketterer 349 in third place. The aforementioned Leah Basevic at 347 after 2. Rounding out your top 5, Skylar Petz at 324. Moving into the boys through 2, Jackson Dice plus 79. Jackson McCauley in second place, 474. Josh Weems with a good start, 233, 228 for a 461 after 2. Henry Vader, 446 after 2. And rounding out your top 5, Tyler Paulus at 422. Keegan Steingrave in sixth at 418. Noah Walters, 407. Dalton Leroy, 405. Dalton had a string of 4 here and then goes 8-1 in the 5th, but off to a nice start here in game 3. Looks like he might have something a little figured out. So it's rounding out your top 15 for the boys is 378. So if you're looking just kind of numbers wise, Jackson McCauley would be the only one that isn't an auto qualifier out of the top 4. Top 5. Tyler's already qualified. Keegan has not qualified yet, but he has a score inside the top 32. That's what's going to be kind of tough to chase down is your auto qualifiers versus top 32 scores, but we can probably try to hammer some of that out once we get through the game 4 maybe and try to put some time together. But anyway, so scores are down a little bit overall from where they were this afternoon, which I think we probably kind of thought just based on the field. You know, the amount of re-entries and like we talked about, the fact-finding missions versus the looking to improve score. But Jackson Dice said, I'm not trying to fact-find. I'm going to go try to get that top qualifier. I'm gonna go get that number 1. We're going to go get all we can.
Anybody else at the, I guess who would have been near the cut number on the boys' side in particular? Like someone like Keegan, who's already ahead of his number, as you just mentioned, ahead of pace in the 880. You know, he would be in no matter what. Anybody else around that number who's started well.
Will Hudson might be a name to kind of watch. I'm just trying to kind of figure out
That's a good point.
Who's bowling now, and kind of who it looks like is going to be in soft. I think Will is outside the number now. Will is in 36th position at 823. Austin Olerog, he's bowling now, I think. I think he bowled all the squads. He's in 35th at 827. Bradley Scheiss, I don't believe he's bowling now. I need to get my squad list up here and kind of take a look at that too. Micah Jensen's another one. Micah's in 30th with his best number from this afternoon, so I'm sure he's looking to improve on that 873.
Good shot there from Skylar. She's trying to get something going. Skylar is outside of the number technically, right? At this point. Or is she just inside of it?
She is the number.
She is the number.
Yep, she is the number at 816. So if you're looking at girls outside looking in, Addison Johnson is out. Brooklyn Cruz is out. Avery Wilson is out. They're all bowling. Emily Whitehead is out. She's bowling now. So I'd say that's probably your three you're looking to potentially move in. As far as dead numbers, so to speak, for the ladies, Carly Eink is not bowling. She's not bowling this evening, I don't believe. Rylan Lessinger is not bowling this evening. Kiera Kruger is not bowling this evening, and that is 9, 10, and 11, and those are all dead numbers. Mari Fuelhelm is also not bowling this evening. Jocelyn Van Allen. So really your last 5 spots for the ladies are all dead numbers. None of them are bowling tonight. So you have the opportunity if you're Brooklyn Cruz, if you're Addison Johnson, if you're Avery Wilson, if you're Emily Whitehead, to go around competitors that are not competing. So you already know the number. So if you can find a way to get to 817, 820, 830, you can find yourself a way to get into the field and not have to fight somebody that's currently competing. Jalen Kenner is off over to our right on 13 and 14. She's not enjoying 13 and 14. She's a 61 through 5, and that would be one of the players that is kind of outside looking in currently, considering this is her first shift. So she kind of knows her number. 820 is a good target for her to get to, and she's at 410 through 3.5. That she's got a long ways to go to find her way into the field for tomorrow.
Good group of players putting up a couple potential numbers on 5 through 8. Savannah, unfortunate 8-10 there in the 7th, but she is right back to business. Caleb doing work. Sebi still with some work to do. He can finish strong. Josh putting in work. Tyler can get to 197. I saw a question about like when parents, I think it was when parents, or do any parents bowl? And so that probably was a question toward the chat, but I talked about learning more about parents in today's youth environment that did not bowl or have not bowled, and how their children, got into the sport in the birthday party or went with a friend, or in even some cases just kind of saw it online and thought it was cool. I've heard that type of story before. Boy, Henry in some trouble. His good news is that he did go plus, right? Yeah, that's great news, all things considered. If you went plus, you're pretty much in. Like on this, now that's a question. If you could bowl 5 games on this pattern right now, what would your score be? Could you get to plus?
467. Yeah.
Jackson down there just crushing them. One more, he'll be in the 230s with good count. 9 on the fill in particular.
Yeah, I think he's on a mission to chase down that 11-14.
And that will come in handy if he were to make the top 8, where his qualifying total would then play a role.
Yes. I mean, he's all the way from Arkansas. Why not try to get another $100?
Great point. $100 additional to each qualifying block leader in the boys and girls divisions. Okay, Sebby. It's an interesting game. I believe, and my numbers are probably a little bit off, okay, but I'm not making this up. Another good shot there from Tyler. I have seen at least 4 gutter spares across now 4 qualifying squads. Several of them have been in frame 1.
That number might be soft.
I
It
think
might be more than that. Seriously, it might be more than that.
I mean, and almost on cue, unfortunately, Tatum Lee just tossed one in the channel at the bottom right of your screen.
We said it earlier, though, and that's when the gutter was good. If you're going to play out there, you got to be willing to throw it in, and that's a legitimate thing. Because earlier today, 4, 5, 6 wasn't good, but 2, 3 was really good.
Well, let's see where Caleb is.
I was just going to say, your guy Caleb's making a run down there.
You know, I'm a big fan of chaos when it's time for people to advance to a cut. Except for when I have to decipher the cut number. So Caleb goes 185, 145, and this game is, you know, right on cue for him. Get out of there, 5-pin. I've also seen players kind of have those types of starts where they, like, the struggle truly is real for 2 games, and then again game 3. It's almost as if, right, they went from shooting, literally improving their score by 100 pins in the 140, the 150 scenario. .249. Caleb, who his number posted earlier, highest one was 819, which puts him essentially outside of the cut, respectively. And Josh didn't like how that his block ended earlier today. He was in line for competitor against or for Brett Biondo.
Yep.
As those two were going down to the final game, he was going to lead that block, that squad, and that did not end the way Josh certainly had plans for. He's got that little extra focus look. The mood in here went from being kind of tense to start, and you know it's the last squad, not everybody's going to advance, all of the things, right, where a final qualifying squad that would present. It's kind of gotten back to I think a little bit of a more relaxed, not as you know, I think some swings are a little bit more relaxed now, again, after a couple games, start to see a few strikes. The swing can get loose. You can start to throw some better shots, especially for those who didn't get off to a good start.
I wonder how many parents are astute to the number tonight. Like, and how there isn't a bowl metrics, there isn't a lane talk, there isn't. It takes a little more effort, just even like with us trying to figure out the number per game and how everything's kind of looking. Like, how astute are they to the number, and is that leading to a little less pressure because we don't really know? We just kind of think we know.
Good point.
Maybe that's how my brain works, but I'm very much a numbers cruncher. I would want to know pretty real time what's going on. And if you ever bowl an event that I was a part of, scores updated quickly. That's a pet peeve of mine. We can't get too far behind. It's not fair to the competitor. But at the same time, you know, does that kind of loosen up because we really don't know what we got to shoot, so we're just going to go kind of do our thing and kind of cross our fingers that it's good enough? Am I overthinking it?
No,
I don't know.
I mean, that logic makes sense to me, but I would see it more of the player aspect, but obviously vicariously through the parents.
But the players can't use any electronics, so that information has to come from somewhere else.
Yeah, but if they don't know, like if it's the athlete taking that stance, it's like, well, you know, only thing they really have is there is a large screen that does scroll some numbers. That's really it.
Yeah, and it is real time, I guess. I keep forgetting to turn around and look at it, but
I think I've looked at it twice today.
Right.
But I still think there's some level of credence to your point, though.
You know, if you're trying to establish kind of what's going on and where you're at against everybody else, and the nice thing is as the numbers come with this, if you're really in tune to what's going on in the center, you can kind of see, you know, the totals and understand where you are maybe, and if you knew the scores from, like I say, maybe I'm overthinking some of this, but how do you understand what you need to do at the same time as you need to be relaxed and allow yourself to go do it? Interesting mix.
Austin Olerud, he needs a number just to get himself off of the cut 9 at the moment. And that 7-pin wiggle for about 5 minutes before it decided against actually falling. Go over to 9 through 12. Try to remember to get back to watch Ashlyn Tevis' 10th frame. See exactly how she's playing them compared to some of our other lefties. Avery, another good shot. Seen a lot of 9-pins. So common leaves so far through 4 squads, 7 pins, especially the upper deck or high flush kind. There's been a few 8-pins, some 9-pins. It's interesting. One thing that I haven't really seen a lot of, Mr. McConney, and let me know if you have, I'm missing some, but I just haven't seen a ton of wrap 10s or wrap 7s. And maybe because, you know, the pocket percentage.
I was just going to say.
It's not very high across the board.
We've been watching too many PBA Tour carry contests where wrap 10s cost people money. But no, yeah, it's been tough to get to the hole, and really the way the ball is kind of, I don't want to say the volume is almost making the ball deflect just a little bit, maybe down lane, to where it doesn't store quite as much energy, to where, you know, that flat 10 might be a little more prevalent versus the really good high flush wrap 10. I don't know. We got quite the interesting conversation going on over here to my right, though. It's an a different level. They don't care that I'm talking about them either. It's just
what do you got?
I don't know what we're talking about. It's kid talk. I can't keep up.
Be careful.
I can't keep up.
The young folks. I'm actually reaching the point where, you know, I actually might be too seasoned.
I don't speak the language.
For our younger generation.
Yeah, I don't speak it. I don't speak it. It's a blessing I have that my 19-year-old talks to me like the old guy that I am. So, so I don't have to try to decode anything.
Oh, that's great.
And if she catches it, because she does, then she decodes it for me. I don't need a dictionary to go figure it out. So, thanks for treating me like I'm old, Ains. Appreciate it.
Chase got to 180. Avery got to 151. The Tavis bottom of your screen. It's the double in the 10th frame. Tavis going to be in the 2 teens. Gavin Neal, he put up a nice number earlier today, also this afternoon. Changed jerseys, got something that's a bit more tropical. Lovely, if that is indeed an orange tree or oranges on his jersey.
That's what it looks like.
I can get with that.
They have oranges in the Dominican Republic?
That's a great question.
Going to find out in June. You got goals now.
That's funny.
Yep, Gavin Neal went plus this afternoon. He put up a 10:31, so he's in soft. He's in good shape. Dalton Leroy's off to a good start. He's plus 6 through 3 with a nice 201 there on lanes 11 and 12. Noah Waters trying to find himself in the plus territory with a couple of shots here in the 10th frame left to go. That's kind of the interesting thing to kind of pay attention to now is, you know, through 3, who's plus, how far away are we from plus, and how much is that going to make that number move as new players come into plus territory, I guess, for kind of the best way to explain my thought. You know, I look at a JT Grothus down here on 13 and 14. He's trying to make a little run here. I mean, he's still got 260 left, which is going to, you know, that could jump him a good number of spots, and he doesn't have a spot in the top 32. So if he comes in, who goes out? You know, and how much is that number going to change through these last couple of games?
Tough ending there for Noah Waters. Pretty impressed with, you know, the score doesn't say it, but watching Charlie Wiedemeyer the last couple of years, again, he was a freshman. I mean, he started, to me, when he started bowling, maybe 8th grade when he started bowling some EYTs. But the growth from the height perspective, you know, see the physical strength. You see the hand, the rotation, the rev rate. Pretty impressive. You know how fast and quick, really, the athletes do improve at this age. Uh-oh, stay on the lane. Wow. That was about as close as you can get right there. And again, this goes to show, right, there is friction on the gutter, but most players, and understandably so, you know, trying to figure out a game plan to get there consistently has been the issue for some. I think still Rushstein has done it the best. Maybe Jackson Dice did it a little bit better, just slightly, the first couple games, but you know, Rush had that thing cooking. That was a very interesting 10th frame there for Gabriel. All right, so I'm going to run through these shots. It was that intriguing to me. So if you watched all 3 shots. The first one was almost a gutter, and I thought it was in the gutter. I think Gabe thought it was in the gutter. He put his hands on his knees and I'm sure started thinking positive thoughts. Okay, so let's watch this shot here. Okay, this one is dead right off his hand. It's going right immediately, and then it just hits a rock. Okay. Great shot.
Somebody kicked it.
All right. So then next shot. It's like, all right, well, I know I got some out there, okay. So then he says, this time I'm going to do it the quote unquote right way, right, if you will. Here's shot number 2. Not completely right early. Gets to a spot further down the lane.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that one was dead perfect. That was basically the Rushstein game plan right there. That's what Rush has been doing yesterday and earlier today. And so then he says, all right, let's go on a fill shot mission. Let's give it the old ball change and see what the Ion Pro Solid looks like. Let's give that a whirl. And then this one is slightly further left, as you can see. Different bowling ball, though. Sits in that funnel that we've been talking about all day.
Mm-hmm.
He tinned back 3 times, 3 different ways, 2 different balls.
I like that last one. If I'm watching that as a coach or somebody kind of sitting back and seeing that, like I like this zone because not a lot have played this particular part of the lane to where I think I'm going to be able to move a little bit left through the front if that does get offline and still create some shape in the mid part of the lane. I like that, gives me a place to go. If I'm kind of starting to lose the gutter, I got to shell down, and now it could turn into the highlight reel, right? It's the highlight. It's the 410.
That's clever.
You never heard that before?
No, I haven't.
Oh my.
Yeah. That makes sense too.
It's my bowling career in a nutshell. But you get the 410 reaction, and that's just as frustrating. So I like that move in where that gives me a place to go, and I think it's something that I can repeat, and not a lot of people would be left of me from there.
But I really like Gabe's hand at the bottom of the swing. Good balance too. I think he's going to be if he wants to bowl collegiately, he would be a very, very high quality player to me.
Yeah, lots of physical tools there, right? I mean, you don't have to teach them how to go from point A to point B. You're going to fine tune some things, and you're going to get an adaptable player, I think, to that. And then just even throwing those 3 shots, kind of show a little bit of his versatility to go to the bag and make his own change and be confident in that move.
Might have to give him a look out here. Where was he in the standings? Nice pickup, by the way, for Tyler Williams.
He posted 997, so I'm pretty. That's going to be soft for tomorrow. He's going to be in for tomorrow for sure.
Oh yeah, he's on my watch list. That's a dude who could end up in the winner's circle.
Yeah. I think we're going to realistically have no less than 10 or 12 boys that are going to have an honest opportunity to make a run in bowling. Little trip forward there for Savannah on a move kind of in that same part of the lane that we just talked about Gabe being in. Back to the surfaced hyper drive. I don't know what she was doing at the other end, but back into that. That's the second Dowling Catholic jersey we've seen tonight, too.
Yeah, there's at least 2 players from the school.
There's a young lady and this gentleman here, Blake Larson. Mia Larson, their maybe brother, sister?
Her name was indeed Larson. They don't have bios. I'll tell you who does have one, though. Scarlett Petz. I've seen her so many times at this point because of the Elite Youth Tour. And she got her start in bowling because of her dad. Shout out to Will Clark, her coach. Keeps it simple on hobbies, just hanging with friends. She's going to go to Carthage. Carthage College, looking to do a little pre-vet.
Okay.
And her squad in Kenosha won state in 2025, and then they were the runner-ups in Wisconsin, and got a chance to see her 2 years in a row.
Is she a...
Could be 3.
She a senior?
No, she's a junior.
Okay. Does Carthage have bowling? Is she going to bowl collegiately?
I
Do you
believe
know?
Carthage does have bowling.
Okay.
I think it's a D3. If it's the same Carthage I'm thinking of. There is a Carthage College in Kenosha with a women's bowling team. That's
Okay.
the one
I'm betting that's probably it. You're excellent sleuthing.
I can tell you, the Carthage athletics page, kind of starts with a picture of the facilities.
That was gorgeous.
Near the lake.
That is beautiful.
Well, that was like football stadium, baseball stadium, probably the gym, and then the lake is, basically a stone's throw that's on the lakefront.
Yeah, that's nice. I can see why she wants to go there.
I might give a reach out to the athletic communications director. Hey, you guys need any fill-in play-by-play? Happy to go to Carthage.
But I'm only
for
doing
a
the
minute.
home games.
It's close. It's close too. That's actually, I'm gonna take note of that. It's in Kenosha. That's it.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad.
I can make that drive. That seems like, if there was a show about hidden gems, like, in this case it'd be, athletic facilities on the lakefront.
Yeah.
Right. Pick anything, and that's near the lake in Chicago.
Oops. Kind of saw that coming from 20 feet.
Seen that a couple times today.
See what Ashley can do. She can find that double. Good shot there. Shaker 6, pretty close. That's 2 pretty good shots coming to this pair. I love the confidence in players that they don't get their spare ball out till they need it. I love that. It's like if it doesn't see the light of day, maybe it won't get a hankering to want to go down the lane.
If you joined us late, this is game 4 of the final qualifying squad here at the 2026 Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament. Over $40,000 in added prize money. Big thanks to all of the sponsors for making that possible. Led by BRP Incorporated, the Brewing Company, Ziegler Cat, Beatty Construction, Kroll, Construction Build Momentum, and Perry Novak Electric. Also Skyline Motorsports as well for their contributions. And then over combined kind of $56K. Last year it was kind of just one division. This year a girls division was added. Girls will take home the first place. Check will be 5K, but 12, I think it will go down the prize fund in a little bit, but 5K to the winner in the girls division tomorrow, 10K, and then another 4 figure checks also in the boys division tomorrow. Brandon Steen's done a really good job, of course, and then working towards just continuing to add, and obviously those local, certainly here at Kingpin, Vern, Russ, and everybody involved, of course, Quentin as well. Wow. Well, going back to what you said earlier, Matt, about Sebi being still like a year younger than many of his peers. And just the way he's now throwing the bowling ball, how soft he is now at the bottom of the swing. Like, that is generational type stuff that he's producing already.
It really is. I mean, he was always really good at getting it. Like, just from the get-go, he was always good at just getting it. And now you're right. He's starting to develop some of that touch. A real simple game, but for the kids his age, just to still put your thumb in it,
right,
and not take that big challenge to go two-handed. You know, he's kind of in that same boat with Rush, where, you know, they can generate power enough, you know, in comparison to their peers, and still, I think, get away with some things to where maybe it does give them a couple more tools in the toolbox that are different than the two-handers, because they can create a little bit softer touch and a little bit more feel at the bottom. You know, whereas maybe the two-handers like to go back up and that kind of thing, whereas these guys just try to figure out a way to do it a different way. But yeah, Sebi is a tremendous talent, and like I say, for his age is just truly impressive to watch. And I'm happy he's back to bowling full time. Good shot from Chait Pescow over here on lane 12. Off to a good start. 7-1 followed up with a double. Joss off to a good start here. 7-0 through 3 games. Double 9 spare strike here to start game 4.
708, which is a Chicagoland area code, suburbs.
It's a nice shot from Skyler right there, too.
Good evening to you as well, Matt Swataka.
Yeah, I know that guy. Ooh. We were in Green Bay a couple of weeks ago, and they live in upstate New York, and he drove the whole thing home. He went all the way home in the same day. Yeah, the whole way home. He drove all the way home the same one trip.
How far is this drive?
Man, Matt's gonna. I promise he puts it in here, but it was like 16, 17 hours. I mean, it's a haul. And then he's going to turn around and make it next week to move Savannah out of school. Yeah.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I think he's flying back to St. Louis, and then he'll help Savannah drive home. But yeah, that was a couple of us kind of got a little group chat going through the season, and it was yeah, where's Matt now? Yeah.
It's out there like Carmen Sandiego.
A little, yeah, kind of. We didn't have a Where's Waldo. We had a Where's Matt. Yeah, 16 hours. Just another thing that we do for our kids, right?
Thanks, Dad.
That's right. Yeah, Savannah was in the chat earlier, Matt. So I gave her a little bit of the business earlier too. We don't think we didn't quit picking on her just because the season's over.
For context, viewers, the gentleman who has been hanging out with me today, his daughter is basically has completed her freshman season at Maryville University in St. Louis. And she is from the state of Iowa, as is Matthew. He is in Waterloo proper.
We live just south of Cedar Falls in the city of Hudson.
That's
so,
right.
Yeah, we are, if you're familiar with the University of Northern Iowa, we are 8 miles south of the University of Northern Iowa. So from the two centers in Waterloo, Cedar Falls, Maple, and Cadillac, we're about 15 minutes from each. Roughly an hour and 40 minutes from Kingpin Entertainment Center here in Decorah.
And then, of course, Matt's daughter, Savannah, also attends Maryville. And together, those two, along with 4 other freshmen. Great shot there from Sebi. Put together a nice, not just those freshmen, but also one senior, a sophomore or two, I think, maybe.
One senior, one junior,
And a
one
junior.
sophomore, and 6 freshmen.
Put together a nice campaign this year.
Yeah, they did some special things this season. You know, missed the mark on a couple of goals they had as far as, you know, maybe a couple of wins and some conference championships and that kind of stuff. But as a group as young as they are, to show some of the resilience that they did, we kind of joked all season. They went about it the Maryville way. We could never play from the front. We had to go and lose round 1 and then go on a 5 or 6 match winning streak. But yeah, a lot of fun to see them grow and show some resiliency as the season went on.
So one interesting thing, I was talking to you about this earlier, Matthew, like when you hear the beep, and viewers, you may be hearing that from time to time. There's a beep from the Cubica machines that alerts you that there's something wrong. And I haven't seen any actual words, and I haven't looked at a screen yet, but I did notice on that particular time, it's happened twice on 11 and 12, when there are too many bowling balls on the rack.
Oh.
Right, it's almost as if there's a sensor right at the beginning of the ball return when the balls are exiting the return, and it feels like if there are too many bowling balls, that would inhibit a clear return, right, of a piece of equipment.
Sure.
The alarm sounds.
Okay.
And then I've seen twice players make sure they get up and then go move the bowling balls back or remove some spare balls, etc.
Huh. Interesting.
Things you hear for, essentially, what time is it?
9:20.
So 14 hours. Things you hear. Trying to put some rhyme and reason to it at this point.
Just making that hour and 45-minute drive feel even better. Thanks, pal. I'm the dummy.
We got to check the schedule.
Yeah, I thought my turnaround time was a little bit longer tomorrow.
Those Sundays are tend to start earlier at any tournament. Trying to get the players home in a decent hour.
Yep.
I don't know if that's right. Josh is throwing 18-4. Seems it might be a little low. He might be at 20.
Well, but I mean, that's kind of funny, but at the same time, I mean, this system is gonna scan that at 40 feet, not off your hand at the foul line. So it might not be that far off, because it could be 20 mile an hour, you know, off his hand at the front part of the lane.
I didn't see the rest of Matt's comment in the chat. Then he's going to drive to the Bronx. So, you know, a certain significant other can be watched playing another sport. You're a good dad, Matt.
He really is. He really is. They good family for sure. Good family. His wife Kim is battling some health issues here this season, and like I say, it's been a blessing to get to know those folks a little bit, and you know, just share some fun time with them, and always thinking about them, and you know, always hoping the best for Kim. And
well, Savannah has had some struggles here. She's missed the 6-10, unfortunately, twice, taking the 10 off the 6 both times. Hook a little ball. Ryan Brummel. He's got some fans in the chat. There was someone who was who mentioned his name. We were talking to our viewership, asking who they were watching.
the Larsons brought like their own hype team, man. I like it.
It's a good man there, Aaron. One of the very, very good staffers, I should say. Done a great job as part of that kind of bar kitchen staff in that area.
I have nothing but positive things to speak on the experience that we've had today. I mean, I know we're doing what we're doing, but like I say, just the expediency of everything they do. And it's been a long day for them too. You know, absolutely. I mean, they were here before I got here, and I know they'll be here after I go home. And they're going to turn around and do it all over again tomorrow. So it's a labor of love for them too. So it's pretty cool to see their level of investment to making this event as positive as it is. Really cool. See if we got any scores through game 3 yet. I don't think Coach Steen is updating the total combined per game. It doesn't look like. So we do have game 3 update for this block though. Start off with the ladies as we had all day. Only lady plus right now is Ashlyn Tevis at +12. Second place, Savannah Portillo at 569. Leah Basevic follows up in third at 557. Emily Whitehead with a nice little rebound, shooting 191 in game 3 to get her to 482. Your fifth place finisher right now is Jalen Ketterer at 468. Mia Larson follows her in sixth at 463. So if we kind of look at the plus minus around kind of that number, understanding that Skylar is the number at 816, which is 184 back. You're kind of pacing that kind of puts Mia Larson and Jalen Ketterer kind of in must-go zone to a certain extent. They gotta come up with, you know, 380-ish to figure out a way to get around to get into the field. Skylar's already the number at 460. Avery's going to have a lot of work to do. She's back at 417, currently in 8th for the ladies on this squad. Moving on to the boys, Josh Weems, your leader at 708. Jackson Dice close behind at plus 100 at 700. Tyler Paulus at 666 in third. Jackson McCauley in fourth at 654. JT Grothus makes a nice run with that 245 game to get him to 629 in fifth place. So that's a nice start. Another notable, Dalton Leroy starts out 158. Goes 247, 201 to get to 606 after three. So he's another one making a little bit of a run after a tough game one. We talked about Keegan earlier. Keegan is in 8th place currently at 597. So if he kind of paces what he has been doing, that's gonna post him a better score than where he's at now. And I want to say he was 27th or 28th, if I remember correctly, as far as the total is concerned. So.
So tomorrow, here's the deal. I'm going to run it by you one more time. Okay, so format. It'll be in the boys division. There will be 32 bowlers who advance total. They're going to bowl 2 games. They will then cut the field in half. Then top 16 will bowl. They will again bowl 2 more games. And then the field again will be cut in half to the top 8. And then those 8 will be then seeded. Okay, and that's very important. They will be seeded based on not only the 4 games that they've already bowled. This is tomorrow, okay? Those 2 rounds that they bowled, plus their highest 5-game total. All right, so the one that essentially got them there. That is going to come into play, which is why, again, if you are still thinking or watching this and you're saying, all right, there's some bowlers who already got some autos, like a Josh Weems, for example, like a Jackson Dice, for example, it's because their qualifying totals still could end up being very important with respect to seeding. If you end up being one of the top seeds, then you bypass at least 1 round, maybe 2, if you are in the top 8 and you get to that point, which, obviously is a big deal, especially with 10K on the line.
Yeah, I mean that modified step ladder where you're going to have, 6, 7, 8, and then 4, 5 winner, 2, 3 winner. I mean, if you're the #1 seed, you're going to sit around for a while, but you're also have the opportunity to guarantee yourself. I think second place is 6,000.
Yeah, 65.
I think 6,000, 6,500, something like that. So, like I say, I mean that one match, that qualifier turns into a very substantial paycheck right away, which is nice. So, yeah, that's why these guys are still chasing that score.
Big move there for Tyler.
The ladies have just a slightly shorter format tomorrow.
Yes.
To where, they'll take their top 12, bowl 3 games, cut to top 6, and immediately into a modified step ladder. Think your typical 1 through 5 and just add 1 match to it. So score's still important, but they'll add 3 games to their total tomorrow as opposed to 4 like the boys potentially have the opportunity to do.
Score's going to be pretty low. It's fresh, clean slate tomorrow.
The girls will end up waiting just for a little bit. Tomorrow, that is. We're going to start the finals at the same time. And it should be just as exciting as this last squad is, honestly, because the amount of people in here that have been hooting and hollering and hooting have been fantastic tonight.
Yeah. There's definitely some cool buzz in here this evening that we didn't have this morning or even this afternoon. Like, there's more people on the concourse, there's more going on. It's definitely feeling like a more premier event this evening. A lot of fun. You know who else is having a lot of fun? Henry Vader.
So a game ago, right? No. Where's he at? On 13 and 14? Yeah, so one game ago, he was not having fun on 9.
He had less fun. Less fun.
And truly it has been a pair-to-pair journey, I think. And from talking to a few players, now, and one of them was left-handed, so you have to keep that in mind that, you know, one lefty, you said that, hey, he liked the higher end a little better than the lower end. But so that's been different depending on the player, which side of the building has been more favorable, and that's depending on the player itself also.
Yep. Yeah, I think the comment was I averaged 180 on the low end and I averaged 250 on the high end. Something like that.
Back-to-back splits, unfortunately, on the right lane for Sebi. Henry Vader still striking.
It's a good shot from Ashlyn right there. I think she got that just a little right and didn't quite know if it was going to get through the pins, but it obliged.
Want to hear a cool, quick story?
I'm in. I got nowhere to be till 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Correct. And Samantha, by the way, we are going to begin at 8 a.m. Central Time. Let me set my alarm right now. 8 a.m. Central Time. So it'll actually be 30 minutes earlier than this morning's squad.
I can call you when I leave the house.
That'd be good. my wife does not like me generally in the morning. Mainly because I'm a multiple alarm kind of guy, and she is a very light sleeper. And you know, she wakes up. It's not, you know, it's curtains for me. Curtains.
I heard you. I heard you.
It's curtains.
We have that at home, except it's opposite. Shauna is the multiple alarms, and I am the set it and forget it. I'm the Ron Popeil. Just give me one and let's go. But yeah,
I can't relate. Yeah, that's me. Okay, so here's the story.
Yep.
All right, just to your right is Ashlyn Tevis and her mom.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see, this is 2026. I'm trying to remember the last time the PWBA was in Rockford prior to 2026. It was 2024, so 2 years. Okay.
Yep.
And I go on, had a break in between squads. I think it was a Saturday, so it might have been probably after the first or qualifying round 3, you know, in the match play, et cetera, whatever we were doing.
Yep.
I go across the street. There's a mall, the Cherryville Mall.
Yep.
Just go. I think I was going to Barnes and Noble. I was looking for something specific. I actually think I was looking for a Mother's Day gift. Anyway, I perused the food court. There's Ashlyn and her mom, and Dad might have been there too. We just had a brief conversation. I had seen them a few times now through some EYTs.
Yep.
Was getting an understanding. You know, it was pretty clear that Ashlyn was a high-level talent, even though it was still early. Henry, by the way, still with 290 intact as he has the 10th frame, speaking of Tevis, on cue. And I asked them, you know, how's the college thing's kind of looking like people. And they said, you know, we've got nothing Not even really sure how to kind of go about it. She's got no looks, no offers, nothing. And I said, don't you worry about that. I guarantee you, your door will be coming off the hinges pretty soon.
Yes.
With coaches. And they said, really? And I'm like, I am telling you that it's evident. You just wait. And sure enough,
yep.
You know, probably that summer, actually, junior. I mean, and obviously now she's going to. Not obviously, for those who don't know, she is committed to Jacksonville State.
They hadn't called because they couldn't call.
Right. Correct.
That's the downside to the NCAA side of things, is the timing of things.
Nice job by Tyler. It's a huge finish for him. Boy, this 9 through 12, they're doing their thing again. Let's see what the scoring pace looks like. A little bit different on 7 and 8. Yeah, actually a bit, yeah. Tyler says he went from one-handed to two-handed and stuck with it for a while, though. Like, I was just paying attention, and he would experiment with it every now and then. I was like, oh, well, he's pretty good two-handed. But
yeah.
I remember talking to his mom, and she was like, yeah, he decided to just go ahead and just do the thing completely and just make the full change. And he hadn't missed a beat. He was still really good one-handed. Like, I just want people to understand the versatility.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen him in person since he made the switch. So, I mean, it's been a while since we've been to an EYT, and I've seen some of these kids. And obviously we're at least 1 year removed from our big event in Waterloo. So, yeah, I don't know that I've seen him in person since he made the switch to two-handed. I was pretty impressed when I saw him this afternoon, you know, delivering the bowling ball like that. And, I mean, I knew he had made the change, but I hadn't seen it in person.
Samantha Chase finished with a 190.
It's a good game. I mean, I know some of them were making them look pretty easy, but 190 is still a good score on this. It's still a very good score.
It's a good ball change for Savannah. Something that's just a tad bit more continuous for her. She was starting to run into that 8-10, kind of plaque 5 situation. So Chase over at 734 for 4 games. Henry Vader about to make the biggest jump. Have to keep an eye still on JT Grothus. Our guy Austin, he's gonna need a game.
Yeah, man, I hate to say it, he might be out of runway. He might need one of them 11 baggers.
Good job by Larson, who shoots 234. And for Mr. Larson, 803. All right. Yeah,
Chip in the share, he's going to give himself a chance going into game 5.
803.
You know, you figure out how to pop off another 2-0, I think you're in soft. You might not even need that much.
He might not need, right. I mean, he could shoot 180 and be just fine. Who else says chip in a chair?
Oh, I don't know.
There's a couple people now that I know who say that.
I've used that forever.
I just can't believe the amount of hook on the gutter. I'm truly thrown by it. And the amount of accidental strikes that we see. Where the players who thought that has no chance of staying on the lane, let alone striking.
That no, yes. Oh, look at that.
All right, so Henry goes, did he just leave a stone 8-pin? Is that what happened?
It is an 8-pin. I didn't see it, though. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it was. Put the bowling balls away. They're getting jammed up over there.
Don't mess around on me. 11 and 12. They're telling you what the deal is.
We got bowling balls stacked on top of bowling balls. Yeah, Henry's going to have the opportunity to finish himself out with a very nice 269. Get him into the 860s. Noah Kern's nice little 212 over here. Get him to 70 off the 65 back. Still give himself a chance going into game 5. Whoopsie. Josh is doing that work. That 245 is going to give him a very nice opportunity to lead your entire qualifying block going into game 5.
Yeah, he wasn't messing around, but see, he will put in. He's going to already thinking about making sure he avoids what happened in game 5 in his afternoon block. I think, to some degree, maybe a little bit of a snowball effect. Because he left an 8-pin in the first frame and he missed it.
Yep. And
he never really quite got on track. And the pair, I'm sure itself was actually, certainly tricky.
Sure.
But when you start that way, sometimes, that messes with your mental to some degree.
Yep.
By the way, I love Coach Ellsworth's comments, who said he's looking and rooting for anybody who says they want to go to Briarcliff.
Is that? I'm trying to remember. I just read something about Briarcliff because they are Sioux City, northwest Iowa. I'll actually be there next weekend for Iowa State Open tournament. But is that? Coach, is that a new program? How many years has that program been established? I'm trying to remember. Like I say, I just read something about Briarcliff not all that long ago, and I guess I'm kind of curious if it was just somebody looking for, if it was somebody looking for players, or if it was a new program.
According to the Googles,
I love the Google.
Briarcliff added bowling, or announced that they added men's and women's bowling in September of 2025.
Okay. So did they compete this season, I wonder? Since you're already on the Googles?
Let's see. I'm on their school website, the athletics website, actually on the school website. This one didn't say what date they had planned to compete.
Okay.
But let's go elsewhere. Let's go to the men's bowling page, where there is not yet any rosters or anything listed.
We don't have a schedule, so that means we probably didn't compete this year.
Coach, let me click roster. Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
Looks like not yet.
Oh, here we go. It's brand new. 2026 will be the first season.
Oh, let's do it, Coach. Congratulations.
Coach just moved to Iowa here in October to start it. Got 35 bowlers for the first season. That's awesome. Well, congratulations, Coach. Okay. Sounds like a great start.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better state with respect to college bowling. Iowa is kind of I call it the new capital of college bowling. There's teams everywhere in the state.
We've got a lot of them for sure, and totally different degrees of classification too. I mean, from JUCO to club to NAIA to I guess we don't have any NCAA programs in the state anymore now that Upper Iowa's folded in a few years ago. But a couple in the Quad Cities. Augustana is a NCAA institution that's in the Quad Cities, which is technically in Illinois, but you know, certainly close. So yeah, so we've kind of got everything from, you know, ITC championship caliber clubs like Mount Mercy and St. Ambrose, all the way to you know, it wasn't all that long ago where Hawkeye Community College won an NJCAA title.
Yeah, that's right.
So, you know, I mean, we've kind of got the whole gamut across. Wartburg and Co. both had good showings the last few years at club championships. Yeah, there is a lot of opportunity to compete in the great state of Iowa if you want to. So if you are looking to get recruited, make sure you get out there and fill out the Recruit Me opportunities on the websites. I would be certain that Coach Ellsworth and Briarcliff would probably have one of those forms. If not, I'm guessing on the website it's an easy enough way to get a hold of him if it's something that you're interested in. And if you want to get on the ground level of a brand new program at Briarcliff, reach out to them and let them know.
That's pretty cool. Coach, I'll give you one more tip with respect to recruiting. And yeah, I just had a chance to part of the Elite Youth Tour staff, and they have a youth event once a month in the Chicagoland area. So if you're free and you got a little time to drive, you don't mind, come on up to an Elite Youth Tour event. Always very good players. Many, I'm sure, are probably still looking for homes, or they don't know they're looking for a home yet, and that's where you come in.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Yep. Put on your white gloves and sell the ketchup popsicle. Let's go. No, I as the parent of a bowler who competed in a fair amount of EYTs, it's an excellent field, and like I say, Deandra and the staff over there always make everybody feel welcome, regardless if it's your first time or your 50th time, and always open to sharing information and really taking care of the players and taking care of the families too. So it's a great organization over there, and like I say, I'm sure Deandra would absolutely welcome you with open arms to help recruit some kids out of that field. And you might even run into the guy to my left, which is always a treat to see him too.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, real talk.
I would also include the Greater Iowa, and just because that's about as local as you can get, the Greater Iowa Scholarship Bowlers Tour, which also competes now in some sport conditions.
The Nebraska Youth Bowling Tour, they do a lot of stuff in and around, you know, Fremont's kind of up in your neck of the woods. They have a stop. They have a number of stops in Council Bluffs, Omaha, Lincoln, Grand Island. So definitely some of that western Iowa, eastern Nebraska. Lots of opportunities over there. Uh-oh. We just got a 5-7, 10 on 10.
Oh, no. It's interesting because there was a lot of applause, and it was for Brooklyn Cruz. And then you said, uh-oh.
Unfortunately, that ball for Emily was DOA about 35 feet. And as soon as it touched the head pin, it was just absolutely backing up. And she's had a little bit of an auspicious evening. You know, she's been struggling a little bit. You know, she made some good shots and maybe didn't get quite the result she was looking for, and just kind of struggled some this evening, and not really a product of certainly the state champion that she is in Class 2A for the ladies this season as a senior. But it's always tough to kind of see folks kind of get down in the dumps on things like that when, you know, especially strike 8 spare and then to do that on kind of just a poor ball reaction. That stinks.
I've been there. We all have to some degree.
See if Keegan can get off to a good start here and maybe post a little number and improve on his position in the top 32.
He's got 770 through 4. He posted 880 through 5 early.
Yep, that's a good shot right there.
From the start of this round, he looks like someone who truly learned from what happened earlier. Yeah, not that he did anything wrong, right? But just the understanding of, okay, here's how I'm going to come out and attack this pattern after bowling 5 games on it and watching those around me compete on it.
Yep.
Young Aiden.
Not sure if he's a sophomore or a junior.
I believe Aiden did have a bio. He is a freshman.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't mean to age him quite that much. So now we're through.
This is great.
Decorah's finest are right here. They're cheering on their incoming freshman over there. I like it. I like it. Because if you didn't notice, that is 2 current Decorah players now. That's Mari and Carly over there cheering on Brooklyn. So let's look at Brooklyn right here. She's got 572, so she would have been at 552. And the current cut number is 816. So she's probably a little too far away from that number, I would think. But still, it'd be a really cool deal to see her maybe make a little run here this last game and just finish on a good note, right?
We have had some girls in the final game. It's happened the last couple of times out. And earlier it was it Morgan Morales?
Morgan Morales, yes. Made her run had a chance to take the lead even going into the 10th. I'm impressed with Jackson McCauley a little bit. He's out of the Sioux City area. He's out of the same camp as Micah Jensen. I like what he's doing right now. He's just keeping it in front of him, keeping himself out of trouble. Just kind of yeoman's work to a certain extent. Just kind of paddling along like Brett Biondo did this afternoon.
The junior Sioux Falls Christian. We just talked about Micah, right? So how did you get your start in bowling? Well, this is Jackson. My friend Micah Jensen told me to go out for the bowling team.
Micah's an ambassador anyway. He's a member of the Mindset team. That's him and Emily both. So I think they're both sporting the Mindset jerseys tonight. But
he wants to be a lawyer.
That's very that's all right.
Already looking forward to it. He's going to major in law. Didn't know wherever he goes, but going to go to college, graduate pre-law, then head to law school.
I love when kids have those kind of aspirational goals. That's not something everybody can just do. You got to go and spread out and stretch your wings a little bit and give yourself a chance to be successful. one thing I like to tell all the kids is just don't get in your own way and try to allow yourself to be great, because you'll be amazed at the things that you can accomplish.
I think we're looking at a future Iowa State champion, just FYI.
I tell you what,
Brooklyn Cruz.
It is sometimes kind of a crapshoot to win the Iowa State bowling championship, ain't gonna lie. But yes, definitely the tools to put yourself in position, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I'm impressed with her at 8th grade. Like, yeah, she gets it off her hand really good.
Young Gavin Nelson, another 8th grader. He's an 8th grade throw like that.
Wait till he just gets a little bigger, a little stronger.
Wow. I'll be young again.
Yeah, unfortunately for Brooklyn, she's kind of on the free roll. Even if she gets off the sheet, she can't get inside Skylar's number. But man, I tell you what, wouldn't it be fun to see the 260 right here?
Quite the cheering squad.
See if Keegan can get back on it here. Made a really good shot over here in the first. Maybe set that just a little short. Tough to trust it when you know you got the wiggle. So again, if you are just kind of catching up here, we're at almost 10 o'clock Central Time here on Saturday evening in our 4th block. If you're looking for us to start trying to figure out cut scores and stuff, just with the auto advancers and stuff, that's it's going to be really difficult to do. We're probably just going to have to kind of rely on Coach Steen once he gets all the scores input and everything put together, and you know, we'll give you some rundown and totals through 4 once they get them in. But as far as trying to chase a cut number, I think that's going to be pretty difficult for us to do. Maybe the girls, we might have a little bit of an opportunity to do that, but I think for the boys, it's going to be might turn into a hot mess, for lack of a better term, here this evening, trying to figure out what that number is going to look like.
It might not be as difficult as it could be. But if you get some folks making these late runs, then it could.
They're working on uploading Game 4 scores now, so it might be kind of a moot point. We're about halfway through Game 5 on some of our pairs.
Got a front 5 alert over on 13 and 14.
This group on 9 and 10's having a good time.
Yeah,
They're
are
having
living,
fun.
They're living life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look next door at 5 through 8 on the past the social area on the other side of the wall. See how Dalton Leroy's going to finish up, which he's had himself a good day. Was he in the number?
Yes. Yeah, he had a posted score from this morning. I thought he had a posted score from this morning.
He bowled on Friday night. I think I learned earlier. Someone mentioned that in the chat. No, he didn't. Well, he did have a posted score, but it was not inside the number.
Okay. I apologize for that. I was thinking that it was.
Yeah, it's 731. So that would be one player who would jump in.
Yep. Because where is Dalton?
He's down. He shot 731.
Okay, so he's already a 9-0. Now, granted, he's gone open, but you know the likelihood of him getting the plus is very, very good. So yes, that's one in for one out.
He's in already. Yep.
Where's Micah? Micah was in front of us. Where did I miss him? There he is. He's literally right in front of me. He's at 725. He's going to need to, because if he's in, that takes Jace Buddenberg, who's not bowling, who's now the number. So that's going to move it one spot right away. Mike is next at 873. He can improve on that number. He's got 86. If he could figure out how to get off the sheet here, he's got another 150 pins to add to his 743, so that would get him in soft. But he's got to kind of put the foot down. He's gonna be very, very close to the number at this point with his already posted score. So he needs to figure out a way to improve on that 870. Will Hudson. Has Will got anything working?
I think he might be on 3 and 4.
Okay.
If you're a Lane Talk Pro user, you can see Kingpin on Lane Talk. Again, if you're a Lane Talk Pro user.
Caleb Latterini is another one. Does he have something? He's right here in front of us. He's got 836 working on a 3-bagger. So that's going to be another one that goes in. So now that moves. So we've already got the number. We've got 2 in, so that's 2 out. That moves Micah down to the number at 873. Who else do we got down here that might be making a run? We got, let's see, Sebi'd already be in. Just trying to look at kind of big numbers that I can see from here. Who's this 895 on 9?
That is
that's Tyler.
It's Taylor Lindman. We've been keeping an eye on too.
Taylor's already in. He's already in. So that's in the 32. At this point, if you can probably figure out how to get to about 920, you're probably going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, I think 920 is going to be in soft, just kind of from my guess, just based on kind of what's going on in front of you. So Ashlyn Tevis looking to cement her spot as the lead qualifier for the ladies tonight down there on 15 and 16. The first 3 9 spare, striking the 5th. Aiden Oden starting with the front 4, trying to make a little bit of a run. You can see some of these kids with the wheels are starting to grind a little bit. They're kind of feeling the chase. They're kind of feeling what's going on here. They're feeling this a little bit of that game 5 pressure.
And some obviously just trying to close out in the best enjoyable, have fun manner.
Yes. It's a good spare from Keegan right there in front of us on 11 and 12. He's another one of those that's right around that number, kind of chasing that number. He's in the 830s now with half a game to go. We kind of talked about, that 920 being soft. We've already got 2 in for 2 out, which I don't know if it'll move quite that much, but we've already moved it 2 spots to where Mike is now the number at 873 that we know for sure. So the real question in front of us is, can Micah improve on that 870 with the rest of this game? He's got 753 working in the 5th with half the game to go. So he's going to have to start getting some score here to improve on his number 2. Hunter Sickles, is he bowling tonight? I don't remember.
No, I haven't seen Hunter bowl tonight.
So just kind of looking at other bowlers out trying to get in. I don't see a lot of these, I'll call them dead numbers, bowling tonight. Austin Olerog would be another one, but we kind of talked about him already. He was struggling just a little bit this evening. He was going to need a bunch to improve on his number. So Will Hudson, Caleb Latterini, those are the 2 that we know are going to move in. They're already ahead of the cut. So that currently takes Jace Buddenberg and Austin Olerog out, which makes our projected number at this point Micah Jensen at 873, barring whatever's happening currently in the building that we haven't picked up on.
I mentioned Jackson, but I don't remember if I said he bowled earlier or has a number. Yes, he does. Okay. So he was already in. Sebi putting together a nice little run, but he already had a number that was in, even though it was a little on the lower side that he would prefer, and he's going to do his best to change that here in Game 5.
Yep. Now another one to look at that's out that could get in is Aiden Oden. He started with a 4-bagger, goes 8-1, but if he could figure out how to way to get into the 250s, 260s, that's going to give him another 150 pins. That's going to get him around that 900 number. That's kind of where we're talking, 920, 930. So that's another, kind of one to keep an eye on if he gets on another little string after this open. Still working on Game 4 scores, so we're gonna have Game 5s complete before we have a full slate of Game 4 scores too.
Good question there, Brock. And the girls' side, Mari should be in. And actually doesn't include, let me refresh that. Yeah, this number doesn't include Game 3. I'm sorry, Squad 3. I guess it kind of. Savannah Bowl this afternoon, right, which is Squad 3, technically?
Yeah, it's got he just didn't update the total on top
so
of 1 and 2. So, yeah, it's in there. Yeah, Mari's going to be good. Carly's 1 spot off the number now. But we already know Brooklyn Cruz, her number's dead. Addison Johnson would be, I think, the one that could get in. I don't know where Addison is. She must be on the low end. I don't see her down here. Yeah, so we'd need a score on Addison Johnson to see if she can get around Skylar. And then is Skylar going to improve on her position to move up? Other than that, Emily Whitehead isn't going to improve. Avery Wilson is another one. So Avery Wilson is 1. Addison Johnson is 2. And those are really the 2, I think.
I don't know if Addison's bowling.
No?
I don't think she is.
Okay, then that's another dead number. So she's out because she's 1 spot off the number now. So for Carly to not get in, you would have to have 2 get in and 2 fall out. As far as who's bowling yet tonight, of the numbers that are out, Emily Whitehead, she's not going to improve. Alexis Heeb, she's down on this end somewhere. There she is right here. She's got 658 through 5 working on a spare. So she needs another 120 to get around that number. So she's a possible, so that's maybe one. McKenna Morales is out. She was struggling a little bit earlier. She didn't have a whole lot cooking. She must be down on the low end. She's not up here. And that's really it. Yeah, McKenna Morales would have to get in with Addison Johnson not bowling tonight and Alexis Heeb. So those are the 2. Alexis still has a chance if she would get, well, she missed that single pin, unfortunately. So now 55, 85, 215. She can only add 90 to her score, which puts her in the 750. So she can't get there anymore. So she's dead number now 2. Which now leaves a possible only 1 to go in and 1 to come out, as far as I can tell. So based on what I'm looking at, it looks like Carly and Mari are both going to be all right. Carly's kind of worst case scenario is she's the number, but I don't think she can fall out. (9/11) Yuki Mom, I'm guessing you're talking about the boys, and I think 9/11's going to be close. I think we've got too many moving parts to really be definitive on that. But the way we currently have it, just kind of based on the information that we're working at right here in front of us, we had 2 coming out and 2 going in. So currently looking somewhere in the vicinity of 873, 876, somewhere in that number. It just kind of, it's. I don't know about you. I think it's just too hard to really call if that number is going to go up too much.
It's slightly difficult because there are enough players with strikes to make you wait.
Yep.
And have to consider all possibilities.
Yep.
But the majority of those players are in or do have numbers that are already high enough where you could say that they're in. But we've been talking about 8-0, and he still got himself a chance. And that's a really good example of what still could happen.
Good shot from Gavin Nelson over there.
Just an FYI about Gavin Nelson, by the way. He said the 8th grade over there wants to go to either Wichita State or Mount Mercy. Hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. Gavin looks ready to go to Wichita State or Mount Mercy already.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting once he continues to grow a little bit and you know gain a little more into that frame.
That's bad, not bad too. 8:05.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little short, but it's not going to be certainly nothing to be disappointed with for sure.
What about Caden Zier? It was his first time bowling tonight, though.
It was, yes. Where is Caden?
He is over on 14. Unfortunately, just went 6 out there, but he had front 5 split 3-bagger. Open in the 10th for 863.
Oh no. Yeah, so that 860 already puts him ahead of the current number. So tentatively that's one more in. No, 860. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I apologize. That's Mike is currently where we're kind of projecting at 873. So that 6 out, unfortunately, is a kind of a deal breaker for him, unfortunately. Unless we get something where there's an auto qualifier that falls or something that brings that number to a little different spot that we're not seeing right now. Mike is trying to do his job and improve on his number.
Can't see what Joss shot down there. I see the game score, 167, unfortunately, for
11-20.
20, so Jackson is going to move around Joss. And the overall lead. Jackson lead twice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got the auto advance situation that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and this number is better than his previous number.
Yes.
Because he led this morning with 1026. So using that theory of that moving, that now moves, if we understand it correctly, I'm going to caveat this a little bit. if we understand it correctly, Jackson's score tonight will be the score he keeps, which means the auto advance that he earned at 830 now falls to the next player in line, which would be Keegan at 880. He would be the fourth qualifier this morning because Jackson's score no longer counts for that squat. If we understand it right. I think we're very much on the fence that 880 might be good in the 32 either way. I think that's a real thing.
Austin's going to be in the 240s. It took him a little minute to get this kind of game.
He's got to be kind of wore out bowling 15 games on this today. Seriously, that's a lot. That's a long day.
He bowled yesterday too.
That's a long day plus.
Uh-oh, though. He moved his number up, though.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one more in that we weren't counting on.
He got to 899. He was kind of,
teetering
on the surface. He was the number coming in. But as we talked about, there was already two. Well, this plot thickens.
It does. So now he goes around a number of guys to drop that down. So he'll be in soft. He's going to move up considerably. Micah's still doing his job. He's at 86 in the fifth, working a four-bagger. Micah's still got 230 left this game, which is another 150 pins added to his total. That puts him over 900 potentially. So if he would go and double here, that puts him farther up the list, which is going to slide that spot down one more to Hunter Stickles, who I don't believe is bowling this evening. So then he's the next dead number at 874 and is the number.
We had, who was that in the, who finished up on 15? I'm sorry, 13.
Caden Zier at 863.
There was another player with a name that started with a K who shot 899 as well. Keep that in mind.
Casey Hughes?
Perhaps was it K-A-Y?
Yeah.
Noah Waters. Oh, look at that. He'll finish in the 240s and get himself to plus.
Oh, Waters 260s.
Oh, you're right. Beg your pardon.
Yeah. He was already in, so that's just going to be a movement in the standing. Let's keep an eye here on on Micah Jensen here on 11 and 12. This is going to be a big shot for Micah. Micah gets this one, he's going to have the opportunity to improve on his position from this afternoon. Yes, sir. Good shot right there. Good shot, Micah. Keep sliding the number down. Chase Petsko. We don't know what Chase shot. And the problem is that pairs are finishing now. Is this Chase right here maybe? 888? No?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so, because I think Chase McVicker would be on 3 and 4.
Okay, so if that's the case, then Chase Petsko improved his position, so now he's off the bubble. He's around Keegan at 880. Keegan got that Brooklyn strike in the 9th. He's going to improve on his number, so he's moving up the list. Micah with a good finish gets a 900. He's going to be safe. Oof. Yeah, we had a ton of movement right there. And still not certain exactly where we're at.
No, we're not going to know because we'd have to stay on the air literally for like an hour.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to take a while to put these together.
At least 30 minutes.
It's going to be a Brandon's been great about emailing out to all the competitors what the standings are, and unfortunately I think you're going to have to refresh on the Facebook tonight to see what those numbers are going to look like and who's going to make it into bowl here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Stressful indeed.
$10:30. We're going to be right out our 4-hour block tonight, which, all things considered, with 8 players on a pair and as difficult as they were for a 5-game block, that's not too bad.
I think Rush put up his highest number.
Yeah, you beat me. I won. Oh, you have to make it.
That could prove to be impactful.
Gotta make it at least, though.
Well, if he makes this, well, I guess Keegan's going to improve on his number already. I was going to say Keegan's at 880, but Keegan's going to improve on that because he's already at 879 with another hit to go. Yeah, don't sleep on this here, Aiden. Don't give any away here. Go make the best shot you can. Shoot that, get to 892. We don't know. It's gonna be close.
Yeah, every pin matters here on this fill shot. Oof.
Lots of gentlemen gave themselves a chance going into this last game. Lots of them. Calculate and tabulate.
There's some parents sweating it out, trying to figure it out as well. There's just no way to know.
There isn't, but if you're looking at Keegan and his situation,
he's good.
He's good because he's going to go around two of the guys that they were chasing together. So he's going to stay ahead of Aiden, and he's going to go around Micah again. So that's, you're kind of covering yourself.
Stuff together as soon as possible. It's going to be a little while, guys. We'll make sure you get an email sent to you, and you can check the Facebook page later tonight. But it's going to be at least 30, 40 minutes, guys, before we have the final results. At least, he's telling me. So look for your email. Check the Facebook page.
Reminds me of junior gold a little bit back in the day.
Yep.
The top 32 boys and the top 12 girls return for
Everybody just planned to set them alarms, just plan to be here. But no one's going to sleep until they get that email. They check the Facebook page. Same for us.
We'll have the doors open. You can get in and start checking in. So
We'll be here no matter what, though.
tomorrow morning. Congratulations to all the participants.
We're still going to give away over $50,000
right.
tomorrow.
Shot more 200s than me.
And I hope everybody has safe travels either to and from your destination. So we'll have scores up as soon as possible, but it'll be at least 45 minutes to an hour probably. And we'll check your email and check Coach Steen's Facebook page. Thank you very much. Have a safe night.
I do love that Quentin sets the expectation, and it's very realistic. Like, don't be looking for this in 10 minutes.
It's very important.
Yes.
Well, I tell you, I was impressed with a couple of, players. Keegan stood out. Micah, the first hit in the 10th, maybe even Aiden Oden potentially. Getting himself an opportunity. Who else? There were a couple other players we were talking about throughout the day that got going. Caden Zier, maybe the one and done, right?
Yep.
Has a big game. Unfortunate 2 opens. He opened in the 10th. He might get in.
Austin Olerall gave himself a shot going into the last game, too.
Austin finally put together a big game. It might be enough, and that's a big might.
There's just so many that got kind of cluttered up between, I'm going to say 875 and 900, that I think our number is going to be in there someplace. I'm just not quite sure where.
And the other caveat, again, if we understood it correctly, if someone who grabbed an auto spot improved on their total, right, and would have improved on their total, where they from their original spot or original squad and got the auto, that auto could then go to whoever would be next up from that particular squad. So there could be other players from other squads who might be in play.
Just looking at the 830 this morning, like, okay, so Keegan now has improved his position to 880. That makes Hunter Sickles now the number potentially at 874. So, and that was a dead number that we were counting away. Now he might have an auto. So what does that do? Like we'll look at the Facebook page here in 45 minutes, and they're going to tell us.
Well, I mean, hopefully some folks were watching and listening, and you've read the rules.
Yes.
Of the term.
Yes.
Which is very important. But if you were close enough and you bowled earlier, make sure you too check the Facebook page if you're still up, because you might see your son and daughter's name in a spot that you didn't anticipate maybe.
That would be an absolute shame to have somebody not check in the morning because they thought they were out. That would be terrible.
Well, with that said, Mr. Matthew, I know you've got a drive ahead of you as well. So before we depart, you kind of mentioned it a little bit, but after watching 3 full squads today, what were your takeaways from the entire day on this 40-foot, 33-milliliter lane condition?
We saw lots of different opportunities and angles of attack that could be successful. We saw a couple spots that just weren't going to work. But as the day went on, the game plans changed. It's really cool to see the ingenuity of the kids. Like it's amazing how good these kids are on the fly.
Great work.
The talent is immense, and it's not just the physical things. It's the little tricks. It's the watching Jackson Dice use the loft early to control down lane motion, like old school tricks from very young school kids, and it's amazing to watch their talent and just some of the creativity that they can come up with. You don't think of creativity in bowling, you think about it more in like golf and different things like that, but there are a lot of tricks of the trade that you can use and find on the bowling lane to manipulate what you want to see. So it was super exciting to see all that ingenuity and that creativity. And I tell you what, regardless who makes it, we saw even just this last game tonight the ability for a lot of these kids to fire a number when the cheese is on the line, to go and make a run from places we're not going to expect, I think, tomorrow. So I think those 2-game sprints are going to be a lot of fun for the boys tomorrow. The three games for the girls might be a little less climatic, just because it's going to be a little less dynamic with less players. But it's going to be a fun morning tomorrow, and we're going to get to that step ladder and see who can handle the nerves and the checks with the commas. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And the final funny comment of the night belongs to Matt Swataka, who says, "Don't let him kid you, Emil. He will just use his auto drive."
You might not be wrong there, Matty. You might not be wrong.
Is that the electric equivalent to cruise control?
So yeah,
Or you actually auto drive?
It's actually auto drive. I gotta stay awake, but yeah,
I would just fall asleep. I can't do it.
Well, it'll yell at you if you do that. It's got a little camera in there, but anyway. So yeah, we'll get home tonight and get a quick turnaround, and we'll be back up here bright and early tomorrow. I'm not missing giving away $50K tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun to be a part of.
Well, make sure you give me that coffee order. Try to have you set and ready to go here.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I might have to leave it outside because I don't want to be disrespectful to our wonderful hosts. So maybe we'll just drink coffee outside before we walk into.
And they have been tremendous to us today. Over the top tremendous to us today, for sure.
All right. So with that said, we appreciate everybody tuning in today. Fun-filled, fun-packed, jam-packed with bowling. And like you would expect in the final squad, everybody gave it their all, as we just documented. Want to thank our sponsors here at this wonderful tournament who added $40,000 in scholarship money to this prize fund for a total of more than $56K here this weekend. Perry Novak Electric, BRP Incorporated Brewing Family, Ziegler Caterpillar, Matthew Construction, Kroll in Construction Build Momentum. Also, still an opportunity for Skyline Motorsports to give somebody $1,000. It could be Noah Waters, because twice today he's had the front 8. He had it in Squad 3 this afternoon, and he had it in the final game this evening. Something to be on the lookout for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Want to thank Vern and Russell, Chad, Quentin, the entire staff here at Kingpin Entertainment Center. And, of course, Coach Brandon Steen, who is working feverishly now to get all of the scores situated and individuals updated as quickly and as fast as possible. He is doing a heck of a job running this tournament, again, on behalf of Kingpin Entertainment Center. With that said, we say so long for now. We will be back here at 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern. I will repeat, especially for our New Yorkers out there, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central Time. And if we got any West Coasters out there, 7 a.m. Mountain, 6 a.m. Pacific. Again, 8 a.m. Central Time. We'll be back here for Matthew McConaughey and the entire staff and crew. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We bid you adieu. This has been a presentation qualifying complete. The finals tomorrow of the second annual Iowa Youth High Roller Scholarship Tournament. Somebody's going to take home $10K in the boys division, $5K in the girls division, and a total, of course, of $56,000 in scholarships. Looking forward to it. We will see you then right here on Bullstream TV. Good night, folks.